not a good team, but then the Ravens were struggling, and now they continue to lead the AFC North by a game over Baltimore.
Yeah, so now it's all going to come down to that final game against the Ravens. In fact, they can lose some of these next few games, and the stretch for Baltimore is not going to be easy. If you look at their schedule, they have the Patriots. I think they have like the Packers or somebody. And then it's that game against the Steelers. So the Steelers are sitting pretty right now. So, Jenks, we had this discussion yesterday about good teams win in December. So let me ask you, are the Steelers a good team?
God. I don't know. I don't think they are. I think the Steelers are a pretty good team. That's about it. But they're not a great team. I don't view the Steelers as a threat. Is that fair to say? They're 8-6. I thought the Dolphins had a real shot to maybe win this game outright. Of course, looking back now, I'm kicking myself. But the Steelers just don't seem dynamic enough for me. Like, I feel like if they're in a situation where they play one of the top tier teams or a team that can really light it up on offense or has a decent defense, the Steelers just aren't going to be able to get it done. Maybe I'm wrong. And maybe I'm doubting Aaron Rodgers here, but we've seen this before from Pittsburgh. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're going to be pretty good, and then they'll probably make the playoffs, and then they'll probably bow out early. You know, I mean, Double D's putting in the chat, the Steelers are going to win ugly. Yeah, that's true, but I don't think that's going to hold up against better teams in the NFL.
Well, here's the thing. The AFC really doesn't have that many great teams this year. So if there's ever a year where you could win ugly, especially in some of these games played outdoors in freezing cold temperatures, I think the Steelers do have a chance. Because look at the teams in the playoffs right now. So here's the standings in the AFC. The Broncos have the top seed, followed by the Patriots. Both those teams are really good. Then you have the Jaguars. Then it's the Steelers. Then it's the Chargers, the Bills. All right, that's scary. Then the Texans, the Colts, and then the Ravens are kind of holding on. So there are some teams in there that I do think are beatable. Because you look at like the Texans, it's a great defense, but it's not an offense that's going to, blow your doors off. And like the Jaguars, I don't think we've talked about the Jaguars much on this show, and for good reason.
Jags are
if
good.
You're talking about teams that they're good, but do you trust them in the postseason? Like, that's the thing. Like, that's the crazy part, is that I almost would trust Aaron Rodgers more in the postseason than I would Trevor Lawrence.
I don't think I would. I feel like that the Jags are playing super high-level football right now, and we're not paying attention. They've won 5 straight. Trevor Lawrence is playing the best football of his career. And also, I know that history has a lot to do with this, where people say, I don't trust the Jags in the playoffs. But if we're talking about the Steelers, do you trust the Steelers anymore? When is the last time the Steelers did something significant in the postseason?
I mean, when's the last time the Jags did something significant?
Well, that's what I mean. But if we're comparing the two, you know what I mean? Like, then I would go with what I think is a better team.
I think it's tough for me to sit and look at these stats for the Jags when the teams they beat up on are the Jets, the Colts, the Titans, double overtime win, or excuse me, just an overtime win against Arizona. Like, those are their last 4 wins. So, like, yeah, Trevor Lawrence has stacked some touchdowns against the Titans and the Jets. So that's the same measuring stick that I think we're looking at the Steelers with. Because, like, nobody's looking at the Dolphins and saying, like, this was a measuring stick game. Like, I know the Dolphins were trending in the right direction, but, like, they're not a team that's going to be in the postseason. So I think that's the difficult part about the Steelers right now, is that you could use the same, haterade that we're using against the Jags against the Steelers. But at the end of the day, for me, I think I trust a veteran quarterback more. Like in Aaron Rodgers. Like, I think that's where we're kind of divulging there, because I do think the Jags have more talent. Well, I don't even want to say more talent. Like, they feel like a younger team, and they feel like they're really good on defense. I think the tantalizing part about the Steelers is that you watch them play last night, and you're like, wow, like, this team could maybe contend with some of the teams in the AFC, but it just hasn't been a consistent effort this year, where they've had stinkers where you're like, well, this team's terrible, and Aaron Rodgers looks 1,000 years old. And then, like, in the middle of like freezing cold temps where you think old people would not thrive, there's a reason Tom Brady went to Tampa Bay. Aaron Rodgers puts together one of his best games.
Well, Aaron Rodgers admitted after the game, like, he loves this kind of weather. You know, he was someone who clearly built his career in Green Bay. So when you play at Lambeau Field for the bulk of your career in, you know, with the Packers organization, and you have the success that he's had, like, this is very comfortable to him. Like, he even said that afterwards. Like, I feel very comfortable in this type of weather. Sort of speaks to me. I'm used to this. So while a lot of players, Tua, you know, some of these guys who just cannot win when it's below 40 degrees, when it gets chilly, some of these guys who've experienced that before, they love it. And it's curious too. If you talk to different NFL players, they all have differing opinions on whether or not they like playing in the cold. Like, some guys will say, "Oh, I hate it." Like, I'm from Florida, I'm from Miami. You know, I went to the U. I don't want to play in the cold. And other guys will say, "I grew up in Ohio. I grew up in the Midwest. I grew up in Wisconsin. Like, I love the cold. I want to see my breath, you know, when I'm breathing in the middle of the field." So it's sometimes that is player specific. When it comes to Aaron Rodgers, he can't get enough of it.
Yeah, even though he's a Cali boy. Like, so it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's something that was a developed skill from playing in Green Bay. So I think for the Steelers, I think a lot of it will be super matchup dependent on who they get in the postseason if they make it there. Because granted, they still have to beat the Ravens, and that's going to be a massive, massive game for the division. And a division that we always call it the black and blue division. It feels like nothing is more fitting this year because both these teams feel like they're like battered and bruised, like coming into the, you know, final game of the season, just because neither of these teams have had banner years. And it's wild to me for the people who are in the camp of they want to fire Mike Tomlin because what does he do? He wins, what was it, his 23rd straight Monday Night Football game at home? Like, this
crazy
this stretch that the Steelers have had winning Monday Night Football games, like, you can't just look at him like, that's nothing. Like, it is something.
1,000%. It's not one of those stats that goes back 3 or 4 decades. This is specific to Mike Tomlin and how he is able to get his teams ready in prime time to perform. Do you feel like I do? Like, I was on the Dolphins yesterday, and I love my picks. I almost went all in with a big card, and I'm glad I didn't. That would have been an 0-4, 0-5 night for me. But when I look back now at the Dolphins' struggles in the cold, they've now lost 14 straight games when the temperature is below 40 degrees. That includes 0-6 for Tua in those same conditions. So I look back now and I'm kicking myself that I didn't take that into account, but hindsight is also 2020.
Yeah, it's very easy to say after the fact, but I will say this, like, from now on, we ain't trusting the Dolphins with anything when it's weather that is colder than 40 degrees. And it's wild. You see the variation in, like, the stats. Because I've seen some that it's like the Dolphins have lost 13 straight. The Dolphins have lost 13 or 11 straight. So I don't know who's keeping track of the temperature. But anyway you slice it, the Dolphins have not been good in cold weather. And it does feel like the opposite is true for the Steelers, who come from, you know, blue-collar country. And you've got Aaron Rodgers, who loves playing in the cold. So it was one of those things where temperature normally does not make that big of a difference in your handicap. But for the Dolphins, it has to be a part of it.
Yeah, there's no question about it. We've seen way too much now for us to think this is some sort of throwaway statistic. If you look at the odds in the AFC North right now, Steelers minus 135, Ravens are plus 110. Pittsburgh has a 1-game lead. Would you put your cash on the Steelers?
I don't know about that. It feels like a toss-up. So for a game that feels like a coin flip to me, just pure logic. If you think it's a 50-50 shot, you take the underdog, right? So the Steelers played great last night, but it was against the Dolphins in cold weather. So we'll see. At minus 135, I don't think so.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. And when you talk about teams playing their best football in December, the Ravens looked awesome last week against the Bengals. I know they've been sort of up and down, but even Jim Harbaugh was talking about this was our best week of practice. This was complimentary football, our best football game of the season. So that's another team right there with the Steelers also playing really well when it matters the most. Coming up next year on the show, the Commanders call it a season for their franchise quarterback, and the old man in Indy will get one more shot. That is Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. More from the NFL is coming up next on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, Old Man Rivers gets another shot at glory. I'm going to start asking you Christmas questions because we won't be here next week. What are your plans coming up for the holidays? Are you traveling? You hosting family? I know you do that often. What are some of the things you got on the docket there, Chelsea?
Oh, yes. We are hosting the entire family for Christmas.
Oh.
So not only do I have a very busy Christmas Eve helping out the big guy and stealing the credit from me, but also we will have a big lunch on Christmas as well, where I think that we're going to do a turkey that was requested after Thanksgiving because the turkey came out so well. I cooked it upside down, which made it very tender and juicy. So props to me on that. I will give myself a little pat on the back. And then shortly after Christmas, which Jake, I feel like he doesn't think about things the way that I do or to the degree that I do. And he was like, yeah, We'll go see my parents the day after Christmas. And so this requires a 7-hour drive. I said, Jake, I am going to be exhausted from doing stuff on Christmas. Do you really think I want to wake up early the day after Christmas to start driving to Charlotte? No. So we're going to wait a day. I'm going to have one day to rest. And then we're going to go to his family. We're going to spend a few days there. And then I do have a vacation plan for January 10th to ward off seasonal depression, which I know that you've been hearing me talk about that. That's a goal of this season, is to not get seasonal depression.
Yeah.
So we have a nice little 4-day trip planned to Fort Myers, where we're going to be staying in Captiva, which is like a little island off the coast of Fort Myers. So I'm very excited about getting some warm weather here soon.
Oh, that sounds awesome. Yeah, that sounds great. We got a plan. I don't know. Well, I guess that will be our honeymoon. I was like, we need to plan a vacation. I'm like, well, you do have one coming up in April, Michael. So we'll do that.
Where are you going?
We're going to do we don't know yet. It's going to be, we're close. We're going to do Italy for sure, but we don't know where we're going to go from there. Yeah. So we're definitely going to do Italy, but we don't know if we're going to do, I think the leader in the clubhouse is Switzerland after that. So we're going to kind of have a balance between two very different experiences, but two experiences that, you probably never get in your lifetime, or few people get. I always find it funny, when you sort of run into a bubble. What I mean is, look, maybe there are people that travel to Europe on a regular basis. I don't know. I'm not one of them. I don't have the cash to just pick up and just go to Europe anytime I want. So when I do, or when I go on a trip that's overseas, it's a big deal, right? Because you save up, you got to get the time off. I said it because we were watching Dateline the other night, which I swear this has a point, but the father of the victim, initially when he was talking to his son-in-law who ended up committing the crime, and they had so much money, and good for them, but he lived in the Bahamas. They went to the Bahamas to interview him. And he would say things like, as soon as I heard, I immediately made some calls and got a jet. I was like, oh, well, that's got to be nice. And then he was like, I was talking to my son-in-law before I knew he was involved. And I said, hey, take the kids to the chalet. Go ahead and just go. We'll worry about the house. And so, he wasn't saying it in a cocky way. It just made me realize, man, that's just a different type of existence, which is all to say we want to make sure this counts, because it's not like when we come back, we'll just hang out at the chalet. So whatever we plan, we got to make sure it's exactly what we want to do.
I'm going to start saying that even though we don't own a chalet.
Just,
when I'm on the phone, at the Y, and be like, listen, Belinda, we're going to take the kids to the chalet, and then see what people look at you like. I'm sure people's opinions of me might change, but then they'll look at my outfit and be like, Chelsea, that outfit's from 2012. That is a cutoff NC State shirt that looks like it's been through the ringer. Somehow I doubt that you have a chalet.
They'll say that, or, so you're a huge Avs fan, right? I like the hoodie you've got on.
Right?
You're the number
I gotta
one
wear
Colorado
that one of these
fan.
days.
Yeah, you got to do that before the end of the week. Here's what you should do. I'm just saying maybe, you throw on that hoodie and make a hockey pick. What do you have to lose? Absolutely nothing. Nothing. Because next week when you're like, oh, I feel bad that hockey pick didn't work out. So what? Nobody's going to be here. So just food for thought. Okay. So the Commanders, this has been, I say sort of with exhaustion, because here in the DC market, this has been a hotly contested issue for weeks now. Should the Commanders play Jaden Daniels? Should they shut him down? This was an issue before he played against the Vikings a couple weeks ago, and the Commanders got shut out 31-0, and then he gets injured in that game, really banged up. Like, he fell hard on that elbow that he had dislocated previously, but he was sore, and Dan Quinn decided, just as a precaution, we're not putting him back in the game. However, the Commanders have now decided, since they are hosting the Eagles this weekend, and it's Cowboys-Eagles again, they are shutting down JD5 for the rest of the season. Now, he's not going to be placed on IR. He wants to work out with the team, and this is really this is less about the injury and more of a business decision. The Commanders aren't playing for anything. Jaden Daniels has been someone who has been injury-prone much of this season, so essentially the Burgundy and Gold are making the call that let's keep him upright and practicing, but let's not risk any further injury during the run of play. How do you feel about this? Let's get not you're an outsider, but you know what I mean, like outside the DC market. You're an outsider.
Heard of the insiders, and now you get the outsider that knows nothing. I get what you mean, though.
Yeah.
From an outsider perspective, it makes perfect sense. I think this is the hardest move to explain to people who are fans of the team, right? People who watch the product on a weekly basis, or people who are in the locker room, or to Jaden Daniels himself, because it's no skin off my back. And I see the overall picture while you're saying to yourself, okay, this is the face of the franchise. Why would we risk it for a season that means nothing, where we're not going to make the postseason? That makes perfect sense to me. But there are plenty of things in life that make perfect sense on paper, but in reality, when you try to explain them to the people who are actually living it, that's when it gets difficult. So let me ask you, Jenks, how do you think Commanders fans are going to handle this?
There's kind of a split faction, but I will also say that now that we're nearing the end of the season, and it was nice to get that win over the Giants, just to kind of get that monkey off the back, right? Because when you go 70 days between wins, that's just a grind on you. It's a grind in the locker room. It's a grind on the players. And these guys want to win. Like, these guys want to play. There's a whole, let's tank and get a better draft pick. That's just not going to happen. These are guys, and even if you're a third stringer, you have to understand, you're trying to prove that you can make the roster next season. Or if you don't, you're trying to put something on tape so that another team might look at you and say, this guy just got cut by the Commanders. We could use a guy like this. So there's a handful of players, because of injury, that are getting more run than they normally would. And of course they're going to ball out. No one on that team. These are professionals. They're trying to make bank. They're trying to get paid. They're trying to make other teams potentially. They're not going to quit. I understand that mindset. That's not going to happen. I've gone back and forth on this, but I think that's okay. I'm not being wishy-washy, but 2 games ago, I would have said, yes, he needed to play against the Vikings. Like, he needs the work. He needs the work. He has not had a lot of work in his second season. He has had all sorts of injuries. But once that happened, and now that there's 3 games remaining and he's still kind of healing up, now I understand it. So if you want to say, well, you're being inconsistent, well, the situation has changed. We've gone from 5 games remaining to 3 games remaining. And so at this point, is it really going to benefit him a ton if he plays the final 3 games? Football players want to play. I'm glad he's still practicing. I think that's the right move. Ultimately, I think this is probably the way to go.
Yeah, especially when 2 of the last 3 games are against the Eagles, who have a very physical defense, and it's fully capable of, inflicting pain on your young quarterback. So I think it's one of those things where, pain. It doesn't feel great, but, no matter what you do, if he doesn't play for the last 3 games of the season, is it going to be a huge, talking point for the seasons to come? No, probably not, because the season doesn't matter anyway. But if you do play him for the last 3 games of the season and he sustains some type of major injury, that is a huge thing moving forward. And now you've put yourself behind the 8 ball for the next season. So I get it. It's risk reward, and it just feels like the reward is not enough.
Yeah, I agree with you 1,000% there. And I mean, it's kind of a lost season anyway for this team. So, when you're playing a team like the Eagles, and the Eagles can just out-talent the Commanders, even though I feel like the Commanders might have a shot on Saturday to at least cover the number, which has gone from 5.5 to 6.5. We'll talk about that later on in the week. I'm not quite sold on the Eagles just yet. And also, Marcus Mariota is one of the better backup quarterbacks in the National Football League. So I know he's bounced around, played there in Tennessee, but you could do a lot worse than him as a backup quarterback. So I feel like this is the right call for JD5, and then you make some changes in the offseason. You bring him back healthy for year 3. How about Phillip Rivers? He will stay as QB1 for the Colts. In his debut, he wasn't amazing, but then he kind of was relative to the fact that he's 44 years old and had not taken an NFL snap in 5 years. And what is awesome is that even if he never performs well again, which I don't think that's going to be the case, the Colts are hosting the Niners in Indianapolis, and the Niners are 5.5-point favorites. The fact that he came back after all this time, almost led his team to a victory in Seattle and threw a touchdown pass, is remarkable. But I think this is the right move. Do you think it's the right move that they're sticking with Phillip Rivers? I say at this point in the season, why not?
Yeah, like who else is going to be playing quarterback for the Colts? I think this is how we got to Phillip Rivers in the first place. It's just there's not that many guys available. And, the guy you have on your roster, clearly you don't have a ton of faith in, and Brett Rippon. But even if you look at the odds, look at how different the line is this week than it was last week. So clearly the odds makers are giving the Colts a little bit of credit because San Francisco only 5.5-point favorites in this one, as opposed to, 13.5 was the line between the Colts and the Seahawks. And we've seen it. The Colts, can hang around in these tight games. Maybe Phillip Rivers does not have to do that much, because we've seen this story before where quarterbacks are more game managers and it's not truly on their shoulders to, throw it 42 times. And maybe that's the game plan for the Colts, because what else are they going to do?
Right. No. And let's keep this story going. I'm going to be selfish. Don't you want to continue to see this story? Wasn't it exciting to see Phillip Rivers take the field and see what might happen? And he damn near almost won that game. I know that it wasn't an exciting game as far as offense is concerned. And I mean, it was basically a field goal fest. But I fully expected to, look at my phone, look at my second screen and say, oh man, well, it's a good story. And I was like, oh my God, Colts could win this thing. Phillip Rivers just threw a touchdown pass. 120 yards, I don't care. This is an inspirational thing, and it's having an effect where it's reverberating throughout society when people who don't follow sports are super interested. Like the lovely Catherine came home, and she kind of follows sports, but not hardcore. But she's like, hey, this Phillip Rivers thing is really cool. And I was like, yeah, it is really cool. And so we had a discussion about it, because that's something that regardless of your craft, regardless of your industry, if you're someone who's kind of a legend at what you do or has been very good at what you do and you come back after all this time, and football in particular, because you do sort of have a finite line there as to how long you can play, to come back and maybe prove, all right, Father Time, I got a little bit left in me. That's something everyone can relate to.
Right. It's very similar to the example I brought up yesterday of Jennifer Coolidge. Do you think I'm sitting and watching award shows? No. But when she made that speech about peaking later in life and how there are still opportunities available, even when you're, 40, 50 years old, that was relatable to so many people. So that made the round, similar to what we're seeing with Phillip Rivers talking about, not being afraid of taking a chance. And what's the alternative? You sit back. That's the easy choice to say, well, I could have done it, but I didn't try because I was scared. But here's the thing. The measuring stick for Phillip Rivers in his first game back was very, very low. In fact, my standard was, if he doesn't go to the hospital after this game, that's a success, because he's 44.
Right.
And some of these hits in the NFL are absolutely punishing. So now the expectations are going to be raised a little bit. And that's where it's going to be tough for Phillip Rivers, I think, moving forward, because now we have the baseline of like, okay, he can sling it. He can be a decent NFL quarterback, even at his age. But now as the season goes on, the expectations rise every single game. So I don't know if he can keep it up, because we see this even with quarterbacks in their prime. It is extremely tough to be consistently great at the quarterback position. So that will be the challenge for Phillip Rivers.
It absolutely will, but just maybe he can got that first touchdown pass, and just maybe he can get a dub. Coming up next on the show, you've heard enough from us. Now let's hear what Double D and D-Day are thinking with Week 15 in the NFL in the books. That is coming up next on the Daily Tip, and it is here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Hope you're having a great Tuesday. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Come on up on the show. Find out what is on the minds of Double D and D-Day. And if we agree or disagree on this Take Tuesday. Do you know anyone, or have you ever met someone who truly makes you think? I know that might seem like a deep question, but I find it to be one of the most important things that you can have in a friend or a partner. Like someone who, like for me, like one of the most stimulating things intellectually is someone who makes me think about something, even if I disagree with what they have to say, or they have a perspective I haven't considered. And I feel like sometimes that's hard to find. Like, oh, I truly never looked at it that way, or that's a perspective I had not considered. Like my friend Molly is a perfect example of this. God, I need to get a hold of Molly. I haven't seen her in a minute. And Molly is very, if you didn't know her, you'd be like, Molly's kind of out there. And sometimes she is, like, she's very cosmic and connected, and it can kind of come across as weird. But I've known her for a long time. And when we talk, sometimes she will have a perspective that isn't odd at all. It's just a very nuanced and very specific way of looking at something. And I'm like, you know what? I actually had not thought of that. That's very interesting. So have you ever met someone like that that kind of speaks to you in a way that maybe not a lot of people do?
Off the top of my head, I'm thinking about the time where my husband asked me if it was Christmas reef instead of wreath. So doesn't hit home there.
Yes.
But I feel like here's how our lives, I feel like, are very, very different, is that I wish I had time for some of these conversations, but I'll be trying to have a conversation with another mom at the playground, and it's just constant, like, Blake's just tugging me, like, can you get me a juice? And you're like, listen, the key to life is I need to go to the bathroom. So it's just really difficult to, like, live in the moment and have these deep conversations when you're constantly, like, balancing all of these things. So, like, I do miss that part of, like, being a single being. But not single as in not married, but you get what I'm saying, like, without dependence. But I feel like this was a good quality to have in, like, teachers and professors, because think about it, like, that's when the stage is set for you to have time to think about things. And that's where you're really, like, you know, challenged to, you know, think differently, think outside the box. Because I had a teacher in high school that I remember looking at religion so differently when we took this class called World Studies, where the first week of class, we compared and contrasted all of these parables from across different religions. And you think to yourself, as somebody growing up in Hendersonville, Tennessee, you're like, wow, you know, Islam and all these other religions are so weird and so different. But then you see all the similarities, like the Epic of Gilgamesh is basically the story of Noah's Ark. And it's found in so many religions to where you're like, wow, we really aren't that different. And I wish more people would, like, educate themselves on that, especially here in the South, where it's just like anything Middle Eastern, people are just, you know, they have this fear of it. And I understand, you know, the stuff with, you know, American history, but still it was one of those things that really changed the way I looked at things.
No, I totally appreciate that. One of my favorite professors ever in broadcasting he was direct but kind, and he was so smart with the way that he approached this industry in particular. And he pegged me so early on. Bob Buckaloo is his name. And Bob has had an influence on a lot of people, particularly in the Austin area. And I remember very early on at Texas, he was like, Michael, you know what your biggest problem is? I was like, no. He was like, you're a perfectionist in an imperfect business. It's like, things are going to go wrong. This is live TV. It's live radio. And you've got to accept that not everything can be perfect. It's going to happen. And he was like 1,000% spot on, you know. So he kind of knew me before I knew me. But regardless of the subject matter, I love when you meet people who just give you something, either shooting you straight or just telling you something that they've thought about that just kind of strikes you in a particular way. I love that.
I will say this about children, is that they simplify things so much that it does make you think about things in the most basic way. When you have to explain things that are so complicated, like life and death and like the universe. They say like the true sign of an expert is somebody who can explain things to anybody. Like the most difficult concept, they can break down in simplistic terms to where anybody can understand it. So I think I'm on the opposite end of the spectrum where I'm talking, to kids all the time. So it's wild the way that they see the world and how like you really have to change the way you think in order to relate to them sometimes.
I think that's a really good point, and it's absolutely true. So let's have Double D and D-Day make us think they're coming in hot.
It's time for Take Tuesday. Are these takes hot?
So hot. So hot.
Or not?
You can't handle the truth.
All right, Double D, you handsome devil. What do you got for us?
Thank you for that. I appreciate your encouragement and my beauty. All right, let's get right to it. Chelsea, I'm going to come to you first. Week 18 will be the best regular season week in the NFL ever with so much on the line in these games. And I've got Lions, Bears, Chargers, Broncos, Ravens, Steelers, Seahawks, 49ers, Panthers, Bucks, Colts, Texans.
It's hard for me to say ever when we are going to be missing two massive presences when it comes to the postseason mix. A postseason mix without Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow, like it feels almost criminal. Like let's just start with Patrick Mahomes. To have like a regular season wind down, and like the NFL hates this. They have a Christmas Day game scheduled for the Chiefs, and it's going to be Gardner Minshew. So I think it's hard for me to say that. We do have some great games. I just don't think it's going to be the best Week 18 ever.
I would say it has that potential, but you have to have the great games to go along with it, right? So the matchups are going to be there. The foundation is set. But I'm really not concerned so much with Patrick Mahomes not being there. Like, I'm glad he's gone. Like, I want to see, and I know it sounds like I'm being a hater. He's one of the greats. I get that. But I'm ready to see something a little bit different. And I think it makes for some new and compelling storylines. So I think it has that potential. But if the games don't live up to the billing, it won't matter.
All right, let's get to college football. Jenks, I'm sure you're very much aware of this, but Arch Manning's father said that he is expecting Arch to play football in Texas next year, and that means we have not learned anything, and Texas is going to be the preseason favorite once again in 2026, and Arch Manning is going to be the Heisman favorite once again in 2026. Run it back.
Yes, whether it's fair or not, the hype will be through the roof, right? It's going to be. I'm not saying it should be that way, or should it be that way? I'm glad you brought this up, D-Day. Did I tell you you're my favorite person on earth right now? Yes, thank you for doing that. Here's the thing. Arch got a lot better at the end of the season. Texas is going to go into the portal and spin big. They're going to get the offensive line that Arch didn't have this season. And whether you like it or not, whether you think, oh, Texas is overrated, you can think that, but you know how it is. The public's going to get pumped about it. You're going to get tired of seeing it on ESPN. The money's going to come in just like it did on Deion and Colorado and Travis Hunter and Shador a couple years ago. It's going to be the same thing with Texas. I think they're going to be better than we saw what the Buffs put out, that product. Texas has still had a very good season. Should probably be in the playoff. They're not. But if we're talking about next season, yes, I think that's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's not going to shock me because we put him as the favorite this year, and he didn't really even have much playing experience. So now that he has some experience under his belt, and he still has that famous last name, it's not going to shock me at all, especially when you look at the other crops, the other crop of quarterback. Like, this has something to do with, like, the rest of the market, right? So it's tough for, I don't know about Fernando Mendoza. I think he would be back, right? Not sure, but here's the thing. It's really tough to win a Heisman back-to-back years. So you have some other guys floating around the transfer portal. I saw where DJ Lagway is on the move as well. It just feels like when it comes to these preseason odds, sometimes it's about, who's the most popular. And the Heisman odds, most of the time, are wrong. Like, how many times does the preseason favorite actually win Heisman? I feel like that number is very, very low. So if Arch Manning is the preseason favorite to win Heisman, maybe it's not a good thing.
All right, I'm going to go back to the NFL here, Jenks. After all the injuries that were sustained by the Packers on Sunday, The Packers will miss the playoffs and lose their last 3 games. They're at the Bears, home with the Ravens, and at the Vikings. Their 2 major injuries were Christian Watson and, of course, Micah Parsons.
Well, I think Christian Watson could return. It looks like that he's probably going to return. So I think it's a massive, potential boon to that lineup because he's such a great talent on that offense. God, are the Packers going to miss the playoffs? You might be right. That division is no joke, but maybe it's going to be Bears and Lions. I think it's one of those things where you're probably right, but I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around it. I'm going to lean yes. It's just hard for me to believe.
Yeah, it's definitely in the realm of possibility. But I do think they'll win at least one of those games because they still have a lot of good pieces on that team. And listen, it's Toyota-thon. And we know Jordan Love, absolute feast during Toyota-thon. So I do think if the Packers miss the playoffs, it's not because they're a bad team. It's just simply because the NFC is tough this year, and the NFC North in particular. Like, I didn't have the Bears, fighting for that top position there. Like, the Vikings are already eliminated, but still, it's a very top-heavy division. So if they miss the playoffs, it's not because they're a bad team. It's just because the competition is especially strong this year in the NFC.
Yeah.
All right, we got 60 seconds. I'll give you a quick one. We got our first college football playoff game on Friday. I think Oklahoma absolutely smacks Alabama around and eliminates the Crimson Tide.
How many points do you think they're going to score? Like, that's the thing. Like, can they smoke them if they can't score more than 20? That's my question.
I don't know.
Oh, I guess I don't get an answer.
I don't know. D-Day's like, hey, see you. I'm out. Later. Deal with it yourself. Well, he may be right. But of course, me, I'm going to be voting, cheering for Alabama. Maybe I'll vote for Alabama. If there's a vote, if I can cast a vote on an online poll, I'll do it. Coming up next on the show, how about a little baseball and all this deferred money that the Dodgers are going to be paying out? We'll discuss that, what it means for the sport. It's coming up next with the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bat.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Rise and shine, people. It's time for Hour 2 on a Tuesday on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. Over the next hour, since it is a Tuesday, we'll sprinkle in some other sports. Of course, we'll get back to the NFL at the bottom of the hour when I give you my teaser legs for the NFL this week. But before that, we'll go over some of the latest headlines in Major League Baseball. Is the salary cap a myth? Because the Dodgers just keep spending money, and it feels like their run of being one of the most dominant teams in baseball is never going to come to an end when you look at some of these player names they've got in the lineup. Then at 7:20, we'll go to college hoops. It's not the best slate, but we do have a couple of marquee matchups, including Louisville at Tennessee. Short line in that game, so we'll do our best to handicap those. But, Jenks, as I'm looking at this headline for the Dodgers, and this is why the Dodgers are in the headlines, their deferrals have now passed $1 billion. $1 billion. With a B, and to the point where they have reworked a lot of their contracts on their team where guys are not getting paid until later in their contract years. Like Ohtani is a great example of this. Ohtani's contract right now, he gets $2 million annually. The remaining $680 million will be paid between 2034 and 2043. So you see this all the time where people talk about baseball doesn't feel especially fair because of the spending of some of the top tier teams. And if you look at the World Series, like usually participants, at least one side of the equation is a team that spends a ton of money. And if you look at the Dodgers, they have been absolutely dominant in the postseason. Maybe they haven't won as many World Series as they probably should have, but they have the postseason record for the longest streak of making the postseason in Major League Baseball. They've made the postseason 13 years in a row. That is absolutely wild, Jenks. When you look at other sports, we don't see this, especially like you look at the NFL, the longest consecutive playoff streak was the New England Patriots. 11 straight years, 2009 to 2019. The Chiefs have been ended at 10. So it's one of those things where I'll use the Chiefs as an example. When you see Patrick Mahomes in the previous few years, you kind of think to yourself, oh my God, the Chiefs are going to be in the postseason every single year. The AFC Championship game is just going to be the Kansas City Invitational. But eventually somebody gets hurt. And I know in NFL it's different because, you know, the quarterback is so seminal to the team winning. But how long do you think that this can last for the Dodgers when they're spending this type of money? Do you think it's just going to be the Dodger Invitational when it comes to the World Series?
I mean, it feels that way. And I will say that I've been pleasantly surprised with baseball, not with the Dodgers, but just in general, where there have been a lot of teams who don't spend that way, who can't spend that way, who refuse to spend that way, who've been competitive. So that's kept the sport interesting. But when you call out the LA or Dodger Invitational, you're not wrong. They took care of their biggest weakness in the offseason. I'm like, you know, the one way you could maybe beat the Dodgers was, you know, roughing up their bullpen a little bit. Then they signed Diaz, and I'm like, I think I literally threw my hands up. You know, people say, like, I laughed out loud, but they didn't really laugh out loud, or I threw my hands up. I literally I read the story, I was like, break my finger because I'm so old. And so the rich are truly getting richer. And when you have the ability to sort of circumvent the system, and it doesn't really matter in baseball, but it just goes to show that, you know, this is sort of a virtuous cycle, if you will, right? Because they're spending all of this money and they're getting the best players, but they're also winning. And what happens when you win? You make more and more money. You're selling merchandise. People want to come to your games, and they've been selling out games forever. It generates even more cash, which means you are flush with cash, which means you can go back into the market and bring in the best players. And it's not even close. So it's not going to surprise me at all if the Dodgers run it back just like they've been doing.
Right. And here's the thing, like, there is a luxury tax if you go over the threshold, but teams just pay it. They're like, oh, just put it on my tab. We don't care, because at the end of the day, if you win a World Series, you will get back that money. Like, I don't remember the stat that they threw up on the screen where I think it was the NLCS where they said the Dodgers made enough to pay for Shohei's contract in like 1 year of marketing. Do you remember that? Like, I don't have it in front of me, but it was like they sold enough jerseys and they made so much money off the NLCS that, like, you know, this money is insane. So it's one of those things where money just feels like a number to some of these teams. And it's like, we have to pay, you know, the luxury tax. Who cares? Put it on the tab. Yeah.
Well, just put an IOU. Just an IOU, and Magic's like, I'll sign it. I'll do it. You know, they have established themselves not only as the premier organization in baseball, but I will say that, you know, as a baseball fan, and one of the real benefits of doing this show for the past 4.5 years and having the great fortune of doing it with you because you're such a baseball gal, is that it really has reignited my love for the sport. I kind of go in cycles, and I grew up, baseball was my first love when it came to sports. It's what I played when I was a kid. And then I collected baseball cards, and I can tell you a ton about baseball in the late 70s, early 80s. I would play these old school floppy disk baseball games. My friends did. We loved baseball. And then I kind of got away from it, and now I'm right back in. And I say that because it is frustrating just as a fan to see a team that, look, the Dodgers aren't doing anything wrong, right? They're following the same rules as everyone else. They're just doing it better than everyone else because of the money involved. But as a fan, it is frustrating because they're getting better and better and better, and there's no end in sight.
Right, but I will say this, and I know the retort is, well, they still won the World Series. We had a really thrilling World Series. In fact, like, some of the ratings were the best ever for viewership and Game 7 of the World Series. But as much as we want to bill the Toronto Blue Jays as like this scrappy underdog, they were third in payroll.
Right. Also true.
They were spending a lot of money as well. So it's one of those things where it feels like if you're not in the top 10 of spending, you really don't have that much of a chance to reach the World Series. Like, we used to see it with the Tampa Bay Rays. Like, they were the ultimate example of, like, teams that drafted well, they didn't spend a bunch of money. But then the Dodgers cleaned house of Tampa Bay's front office. Like, Andrew Friedman went to the Dodgers from the Rays. And so it's like, oh, you guys have good front office? Yeah, come on over here. We'll pay you a lot more. So that's the problem with baseball, is that they just poach, you know, a lot of the talent, whether it's on the baseball field or off of it, you know, from some of these other teams. But let me ask you this, because this is always a hot topic when it comes to baseball, is that people who are nose deep in baseball love to say, okay, we need more parity. We need more of what we saw in the World Series where we had the Diamondbacks, you know, and the Rangers squaring off. But here's the thing. If you really want the sport to grow, you need to recruit the casuals. And the casuals want to see the big market teams. They want to see the big names. They want to see the Dodgers square off, you know, with Vladdy Jr. in Toronto. That was such a great matchup. And even the year before when we had the Dodgers and the Yankees, because think about this in NFL terms, where maybe you're listening, you're like, okay, Chelsea, like, you're losing me. It's football season. When you watch the Super Bowl, don't you want to see the best players go head to head? Like, that's what it feels like to me. Like, maybe the NFL is a bad example because that's a league kind of based in parity, even though you look at the top teams and it feels like you look at the the Super Bowl winners, you're like, okay, this is a lot of Chiefs. And I saw a stat the other day, I think it was yesterday, where this is the postseason, first postseason in like 15 years or something, that it's not going to be involving Tom Brady or Patrick Mahomes. So as much as we want to talk about parity, I feel like for the casuals and the majority of sports fans, they want to see the big names.
I think you're right. And maybe this is just because this is what we do and we think about it too much, or we put too much, too much emphasis on different things that most people don't think about. I think you're right. When it comes to casual sports fans, they don't care. They want to see the best names. We all do, right? That's the one thing, whether you're a casual or not, you want to see the biggest names and the best teams. I think for me, what is most bothersome is that when I think about the Chiefs, for example, right? So there is a salary cap in the National Football League. So I don't have to like what the Chiefs have done. I can be a hater alert. I can be the guy who's like, I'm tired of seeing Patrick Mahomes. I'm tired of seeing Tom Brady. But one thing I have a tremendous amount of respect for is the fact that the playing field is level, right? So look, the Chiefs decided to draft Patrick Mahomes and then bring him along for about a year and then let him rip. And they brought in Andy Reid and they just cycled through these receivers. It's kind of what the Patriots did, but it's a level playing field. So if you want to compete with the Chiefs, hey, it's right there for you to do. You just got to do it. With baseball, that's the one factor that is clearly different, where it's not a level playing field. I mean, yeah, you can manipulate the system to a point, I guess, but ultimately it's just about spending as much cash as you can. And the Dodgers have more cash than anyone. So when I'm watching, I'm like, I respect it because these are the best players in the game, but I also know you're here in large part because you were able to have the capital that other markets just cannot or will not generate.
Here's where I think football is more similar than maybe people think, in that there is a finite number of quarterbacks who can truly win a Super Bowl. Like, think about that. Like, I understand there's a salary cap, but like, think about these teams who don't have a franchise quarterback. You truly don't have a chance to win a Super Bowl. Like, how many teams in NFL history truly have had like terrible quarterbacks or quarterbacks who won't go in the Hall of Fame? There's not that many. Yeah. Like, maybe you can name a few. Like Ben Roethlisberger in his first year with the Steelers, I think threw for like 100 and some yards in the Super Bowl. That was a team predicated on defense. But we're seeing that less and less, it feels like, these days, and more of it is on the shoulders of the quarterback. So even though it's not a thing about salary, it's still about finding a franchise quarterback, and that's where it feels like the divide is in the NFL.
Well, that's absolutely true. And this is when, I think comparing sports is helpful, but then it starts to get a little wonky, right? Because they are so different. And, so yes, there are some similarities, but then also one player can affect your team's success in one particular sport more than in any other. Like, you could have, and it's not the same in baseball. You could say, well, look at Shohei. Yeah. Remember when Shohei was on the Angels? Remember that? And he was amazing. But
with Mike Trout.
With Mike Trout. And right. And they didn't do anything. So that's where there's a real divergence. Whereas in football, if you have a great quarterback, look, the NFL, like on every team in Major League Baseball, there's at least one exceptional player, right? Or close to a very good pitcher, maybe one starter who's, all right, this guy's high level. You don't find that in the NFL. There are not 32 great starting quarterbacks in the world in the National Football League. They're not even 20. You know what I mean? Once you get past the elite and past the very good, you're like, okay. What do you think about Tyler Shuck? Well, I don't know. He's okay. I guess. Yeah. But you're 1,000% right. A quarterback can change the direction of your franchise, not just for a season, but for a decade. And that's where the real difference is.
That's why the NFL draft is so important. And so when you see these front offices that don't know what they're doing, and you're like, wow, we're never going to be good, are we? Because we don't know who to draft. But I will say there is another pathway. It's not just veteran quarterback who's the big name. You can also make a living for yourself if you have a young quarterback who's not making that much money and you have a great team around him. We saw it with the Niners in the early years of Brock Purdy. We saw it with the Commanders last year. But again, you still have to have that great quarterback. And I know Brock Purdy's probably not, talent-wise on the same level as Jaden Daniels, but still he could pull the strings. And that way your salary can be reworked in different areas on the field. It just at the end of the day, you still have to have talent at the position.
Absolutely. I mean, you mentioned Jaden Daniels. We saw that last year, and we're like, oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to be good for the next decade. And, this is kind of an anomaly because of the injuries involved. But yeah, and that's why teams always overdraft every year. Like, why did you pick a quarterback this high? Because teams know, oh my God, if we can just get a decent quarterback, it'll change everything. So once you look at it through that lens, you understand why that happens each and every single year.
Yeah, and this year's example, before somebody's screaming at the radio, the Patriots. Look at Drake May and the Patriots. All right, coming up next, college hoops, our favorite games on the slate. Coming your way next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back on a Tuesday. It is December 16th, which means single digits until Christmas. So get that shopping done. Make sure you have all your ducks in a row because it's not going to be fun shopping for Christmas presents. On Christmas Eve, I do not recommend. 0 out of 10. So, Jenks, as we get into college basketball, I'm looking at like some of the main headlines for Tennessee basketball, and just let's look at this from a macro perspective. Anytime you hear roster shakeup or lineup moves, do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing? Like, you can spin it and be like, oh, well, they're changing things up and things are going to be better now. But me, a cynic, sees this and I'm like, oh boy, I don't know if this is a team I want to trust.
I think it depends on the situation. Generally, I would say it's not great. Whenever I see this, my first thought is, oh, well, what's going on? I also think, and this is when you kind of need to sort of dig into the reasons why. Sometimes coaches like to tinker a little bit and they like to decide, okay, well, based on where we are right now, I need to position ourselves for conference play or what we could expect come March for different situations. And I want to try this because now is the time to actually give it a shot. Like if you've been thinking or you've been coaching or I've seen something in practice or I saw something in a game, this might work better for us. If you're going to tinker at all, then this is the time to do it.
Yeah, and here's the thing. In college hoops, this is not the only team who's tinkering with a lineup. Like most lineups are doing this. Because the transfer portal, because of, freshmen, it just feels like there are a lot of moving parts to every team because it's almost a new roster for every single, like, big-time program in college hoops. So a lot of it will depend on depth. And, like, the example that I thought of off the bat was look at Kansas. Like, when you saw that, Darren Peterson was out of the lineup for, like, the first few games and, even some of these other games, and then he came back and now he's hurt again. He's somebody that people compared to Kobe Bryant. Like, that's his skill set. So when you saw those games where he was out of the lineup, you're like, well, does Kansas have a chance? But they did. Like, they have other guys. They have depth. This is the reason where you have a big recruiting class and you recruit other guys than just, one player. So a lot of it just depends on the depth of the team. So that's the question for Tennessee tonight as they play Louisville because Rick Barnes has been shaking up the lineup, and here's the reason why. Because one of their players is now out for the season. Cade Phillips, who was averaging 10 points per game, a junior forward, 6'9", a big part of the lineup. He's going to be out for the year, so it was necessary. It wasn't something where it's like, hey, this guy sucks, get him out of here. It's simply because the guy got
right. Right. I don't know what I'm going to do here. Man, let me tell you something. If you want to know my kryptonite, it's definitely college basketball. But I would say that and I love Rick Barnes. I mean, I covered Rick Barnes back in the day. That's how old I am. But Rick Barnes is an awesome person, and he's a great head coach. He's a huge practical joker as well. Like, he loves playing jokes on people, which is very funny. I kind of like Louisville here, though. Like, and this is tough because if you look at strength of schedule, Tennessee is definitely the team that has been more battle tested, right? Like, but they also had a 3-game losing streak going into this week break where they lost to Kansas, lost to Syracuse, lost to Illinois, and that is not an easy road. So you have to give them some leeway there. But if you look at the metrics from Ken Pom, DeVar Torvik, RPI, whatever you like to look at when it comes to measuring different teams, like Louisville, despite not having that strength of schedule, sort of is the team across the board that measures out better. So I think I would lean to the Cardinals here. Not crazy about it. This should be a great game, but I'm going to go Louisville.
Here's the tough part of prognosticating when it comes to betting is that sometimes you see a team that has this great stretch where everything has been going right. And you're like, okay, is this stretch going to go on forever? Like right now, it looks like Louisville's the better team. But I will say, looking at their schedule, like a lot of these are home games. And the one thing that scares me about Louisville is the fact that they shoot so many threes. Right now, they're one of the better better three-point shooting teams in college hoops, making 37% of their threes. But when you rely on teams that shoot a bunch of threes, there is some volatility because even the best three-point shooting team is going to have some cold nights, and especially when you play on away rims. Like, it's different playing at home as opposed to on the road. Things are a little different. So I think what stands out to me is that it feels like Louisville is the obvious answer. But at what point do you buy low on a team that is still a very good team? And they're playing at home, and Tennessee is known for having a very good home crowd. So I get what you're saying. All the metrics point to Louisville, but of course I use the same handicap when I picked Louisville and their only loss of the season, which was also a road game in which they lost to Arkansas as 4.5-point favorites, 89-80. So this is an interesting game to me. I don't know if it's going to make the card, but it does look like Louisville is the play on paper, but it's not going to shock me if Tennessee bounces back because they have had a week of practice.
Yeah.
If they've had some time to regroup, and a lot of people would say this is too good of a team to lose 3 games or 4 games in a row because they come into this one with 3 straight losses, but to quality competition, to Kansas, Syracuse, and Illinois. I think a lot of it just depends on how Louisville plays offensively. Like, if they're making their threes, I don't think Tennessee's going to hang. But that's the question. Can Louisville make their threes?
I don't know. I've gone back and forth, and I think you make a good point about maybe it is a good buy low spot on Tennessee because I will say I felt like this number should be a little larger than it is. But it also goes back to the whole, which we have this discussion all the time, depending upon the sport, which is, okay, is having a week off good for you or not? Will Tennessee be able to use that time to work on the things that caused them to lose 3 straight, albeit against very good opponents, or will they be a touch rusty after having not played in a week? And so you can go either way depending on how you want to play it. And I don't know the answer to that, but we are seeing some movement because it has gone to 2.5 from 1.5. So the money is coming in on the balls. You might be right there.
Yeah, and it's like, who do you trust more, Kim Pom or the odds makers? Like, we see this in college
the odds
football
maker
all the time. Where you're like, why is this unranked team favored against the ranked team? And it's crazy how that works out, in the favor of the odds maker so many times. But I will say the public all over Louisville for probably the reasons that we mentioned. 68% of the bets on Louisville right now. So if you're a fan of fading the public, you'd be on Tennessee in this one. All right, next up, let's go to Butler and UConn. So this is the start of conference play for UConn. They're playing this game at home. It is a big line, I will say that. UConn laying 14.5. It is a hefty number, but I feel like if anybody can lay the beat down on somebody, it does feel like UConn certainly has the capacity to do so. So, Jenks, is UConn laying the points, the play here?
I know. Here's the thing. I think you like UConn here. I'm kind of leaning towards Butler. Also, I faded my Longhorns against UConn last week, and Texas covered the number. This just seems like a big number for two teams that really know each other very well. I mean, Butler averages more than 90 points a game. I mean, UConn is right there. But the big difference is, and I know you pointed it out last week, which was very astute, is that UConn is more of a complete team, right? Not only do they have a high-powered offense, they're very deep, but they also play exceptional defense. But last year, these two teams played twice. I know that there's different players now, and it moves more quickly than ever. But both of those games were decided by 4 points or less. And also, if you look at the numbers this year, Butler, 7-2 against the number as a dog, where UConn, when playing at home, is 2-7. So I think when you look at the familiarity there, you look at the history and the fact that UConn has been running roughshod over most of its competition, I think this number might be a touch high. So I'm going to lean Butler, but I will defer to you.
Well, and here's the thing. This number has gone up since last night. So I'm seeing some 15.5s, 14.5 over at BetMGM. So that's another thing. As the line climbs, like, that's where I start to get really, really nervous. Because obviously, if Butler's even a decent team, they could maybe keep it close. And if you do think, the defense is going to rule the day for UConn, 148.5 is like a healthy total. But like 14.5 is a lot of points to lay. So like,
Yeah.
again, I feel like I'm coming to a dead end, but it's the start of conference play. It's a home game for UConn. But I've also had this handicap for UConn before where you're like, okay, UConn's really tough to beat at home. And then you saw it in that game against Arizona. Arizona held off a furious UConn comeback and still won that game on the road 71-67. But Arizona, one of the best teams in college hoops. So you're right. I think Butler's probably one of those under the radar teams that most people will look at UConn and be like, oh, that's the team, and they won't do a second thought of it. But I don't know. I don't know if I want to fade UConn on this one, so I won't. All right, Jenks, one more game we should maybe get to. BYU's been really impressive this year. The number 10 team in the land, laying 23.5. So when I see a number like that, I normally don't go any further. I say, all right, 23.5. So Chelsea, you're just going to lay out all the reasons why BYU is the favorite, which we already knew by looking at the line. They're playing Pacific, total of 147.5. But Jenks, I'm pretty sure you looked at this game. Is there anything worth noting?
I think I'm probably going to lay it with BYU, believe it or not. That's such a massive number. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to go big for the rest of the week. And then, you know what? If I have a bad week, I'll come back on Monday and we'll talk about it. I'm going to go BYU minus 23.
LOL.
LOL. We're not going to have a show on Monday. It's over. So it really doesn't matter. Like, you know, I always say it just doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Like, really this week in particular, it just doesn't matter. You know, when
it just matters less. Comes on, we're the opposite of the
matters.
SEC.
Yes. The daily tip. It matters less. That's what we do. If someone says to me, hey, you had a bad week, and I'm like, yeah, I know. I'll own up to it on Monday. Personally, just not on the air. I like BYU. And look, Pacific has had a nice start to the season, by the way, but they really haven't played anyone. Clearly, there's a difference in the level of competition. Pacific did play a decent Cal team. Cal's off to a 10-1 start this season, and Pacific only lost that game by 6. That was in Berkeley. But ultimately, BYU is one of those sneaky, really good teams. And also, if you just want to watch this game, watch it for AJ DeBansa. Like, this is a guy who is already one of the best players in the country. He got scholarship offers from everyone. But one of the reasons why he wanted to play for BYU is that he wanted to play under the radar. He really didn't want the attention that comes with playing at a Duke or North Carolina or Michigan, Florida, whatever. So he's in Provo. And right now he's averaging more than 20.6 rebounds a game. I was looking at a mock draft yesterday, and the 2026 one mock draft has him going to the Wizards at 2. So he's going to be a top 5 pick. So he's going to be a one-and-done guy. He's really good. So are the Cougars. This is a high-scoring team that should be able to dominate this game. Yes, it's a really high number, but I think, and we're seeing money go in their direction. Yesterday, it was 22.5. Now, it's 23.5. Why not, Chelsea? Let's just go. BYU minus 23.5.
All I think of when I think of BYU, are they still in the Mountain West? Like, I feel like in March Madness, I have been burned so many times by the Mountain West. And I'm like, we're not wasting any more money on the Mountain West in March Madness. We ain't doing it. All right, James, we have like 2 minutes left. Oh, they are. Right. That's right.
Yeah.
I need like a Game of Thrones like map on my wall with everybody who's in each conference for each sport, because that's the thing. Like, maybe it's just Notre Dame that's like, yeah, we'll be in the ACC, but not for football. And then we'll point our fingers at you when you don't stick up for us. How dare you? But that is another tangent. All right, so we have time for maybe one more. So, Jenks, how about we go to one of my favorite teams to bet on over the course of the last few years? Belmont basketball playing tonight. As you know, it's right here in Music City. So I do follow them. They're on the local news. So I see, some of the roster updates and stuff. Belmont off to a blistering start this year. 10-1 overall. Today they're on the road at Evansville. You can get Belmont laying the 9.5. I think that's the play for me, just because what we've seen with this Belmont offense, where they can really score at will, and you've seen them make at least double-digit threes in 7 straight games, and they've scored at least 83 points in 5 of their last 6 games. And you look at Evansville, and they have been god-awful at covering some of these big spreads. So they got 12.5 against Excuse me. That's not the game I was looking at. Against Notre Dame, they're getting 15 and a half, and they got absolutely smoked 82-58. Meanwhile, you look at Belmont this year, and as favorites, straight up 9-1. And against the spread on the road this year, a perfect 3-0. So I think this offense is going to be too much for Evansville. So, Jenks, this might be the play of the day for me. We might be back on Belmont, the Bruins, laying the 9.5 against Evansville, the game that I know everybody was waiting with bated breath for me to talk about. All right, coming up next, back to the NFL, my favorite teaser leg options for this week. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back for more. It's a Teaser Tuesday here on the Daily Tip. In a few minutes, I'll give you my favorite teaser legs in the NFL. And Jenks, the run has come to an end where I had 3 straight winners in my teasers. Last week, the Bengals absolutely blew it. So last week's teaser was the Patriots plus 7.5 against the Bills. That covered. Bills won that one 35-31. Had the Broncos plus 8.5. They won that game outright against the Packers at home. And then I had the Bengals plus 8.5. Joe Burrow, what are we doing? Jamar Chase, what are we doing? Like 2 guys who I thought I could trust, and they just felt like they had one of the worst games of the year, and they got absolutely smoked 24-0. If you have Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, is this score right? How do you score 0 points? Like, that's almost impressive to me. Phillip Rivers scored more points than Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. What?
I don't know. I don't have an answer.
The NFL, man.
That's
the
NFL, man. Bro, the NFL's got me down bad, man. Real bad. See that Bengals game. How do you not score? But it also goes to show how well the Ravens are playing right now. I know it's one game because I'm sort of contradicting myself. I always talk about don't go by one game sample size, but there's no question Baltimore's at least getting better over the course of the season and could still win the division.
Well, here's the thing. Like, I feel like the Bengals had all kinds of missed opportunities, and it's not like Jamar Chase didn't have his catches. He had 132 receiving yards in this game. It's just early on I was trying to follow this game on the radio, and every time, they would make, a good drive down the field, they'd have like a terrible turnover, or somebody would take the ball out of Jamar Chase's hands and pick it off. And you're like, how did that just happen? So it was a game that kind of got out of hand early for the Bengals. It's not that like the offense wasn't working early on. Things just got kind of out of hand. So one of those games, and that's why these teasers can be tough. Like, you think you can thread the needle, and I'll say this. The handicap on this is that you trust the odds makers that these lines are sharp, and usually it's the case. And I especially like teams getting points. I kind of had a theme last week that it was good teams getting points. The Patriots, the Bengals, who I know are not making the postseason or anything, but like they had a good offense. And then also the Broncos, where I feel like still people don't believe in the Broncos despite winning 11 straight games. Like, say what you want about Bo Nix, but like there has to be something in that, right? You don't just win 11 games in a row by pure luck. So, spoiler alert, that's going to be one of my teams in the teaser this week. So let's get to it and see who ruins my teaser.
Chelsea is such a teaser.
All right, so speaking of being a tease, the Broncos are not in my teaser. I read that wrong. Okay, so let's start with the team that kind of fits a similar profile as the Denver Broncos, where they have a good record, but a lot of people still don't want to believe in them. So I'm going to take the Bears plus 7.5 at home against Green Bay. So we know the injuries that Green Bay has. Micah Parsons tore his ACL. Christian Watson going to be questionable for this game. So I think the Bears can keep it close. Like, that's the handicap on some of these teaser legs, is that, do you think this team can get blown out, or do you think that they can make it a game? And do you think they have a chance to win outright? So the normal line in this game is the Bears getting 1.5 at home. So I think the Bears can do it. Like, here's the thing about, Caleb Williams is that, of course, he's going to have those plays where like, oh, it's Caleb Williams. He threw a pick at the end of the game. But still, it's been a leapfrog season, I feel like, for him with some of these throws. And I like, what the Bears are doing. I think they can keep it close. Next up, we're going to go to the Chargers plus 7.5 at the Cowboys. I was honestly kind of surprised to see this line. The Cowboys favored in this game. So the normal line is the Cowboys laying 1.5. Cowboys feel all over the place to me. Doesn't feel like a team that I want to buy stock in after seeing the last 2 games. George Pickens, who knows what we're going to get from him week in and week out after having a great start to the season. Last game he had, 33 receiving yards? So I think the Chargers can keep this one close enough with their defense, and I think they can keep it within 7.5. And then finally, the Patriots getting 9 at the Ravens. So we've been talking about how the Ravens have been playing good football, and I agree with that. I just don't see them blowing out the Patriots. So the normal line in this game is the Patriots getting 3 points. Especially after losing last week, I feel like the Patriots will have a much better effort in the second half of this game. And we know the handicap on the Ravens is that they have blown the most first half leads, I think, of any team, under John Harbaugh. So even if the Ravens jump out to an early lead, I feel like the Patriots can still stage some sort of a comeback. So, Jenks, there you have it. Here's the teaser. It is Bears plus 7.5 at home against Green Bay. The Chargers plus 7.5 on the road at the Cowboys, and the Patriots plus 9 at the Ravens. So the question is, who ruins my teaser?
Oh, gosh. I think you're going to win again. And another one. Another one. I don't know. Maybe Dallas? Sometimes the Chargers can be a touch inconsistent, and Dallas is a team that can be explosive at times. Dallas is a hard team to figure out. They're maddeningly inconsistent, which is why they're not going to make the playoffs. But one week you're like, what are you guys doing? And then the next week you're like, wow, Quinnen Williams has been great. All of a sudden that defense is playing better. Dak is balling out, and Dak is coming off a game where he threw no touchdown passes for only the third time all season. So it feels like he's due for a bounce back. It's a big number. I like the Chargers pick, like the way they're playing right now. But if I had to pick one, I think it's probably the Cowboys.
I think what has stopped me from, having the sabotage factor there is the fact that the Cowboys only have 3 wins this year by double digits, because that's what you're asking for the Cowboys to do to the Chargers. And I just feel like the Chargers are too complete of a team, because here are the teams that the Cowboys blew out this year. The Jets, 37-22. It's the Jets. The Jets are not on the same level as the LA Chargers. Then you saw them do it to the Commanders, which now that we've seen the Commanders, maybe they had some signs of being a decent team early on in the season, but the defense gave up 44 points. I just feel like the Chargers defense is a much bigger step above. And then finally, the Cowboys beat the Raiders 33-16. Can we say that the Raiders are one of the worst teams in the NFL? Like, it's them and the Titans who are god-awful. So that's the thing. It just feels to me that maybe the Cowboys win this game, because we have seen them win over quality opponents, over the Eagles and the Chiefs. I just don't see them blowing them out. So that's where I'm standing on business when it comes to the Chargers. But let me ask you this, Jenks. There are a couple other options, and I know that you're higher on the Jaguars than I am. You could get the Jaguars plus 10 at the Broncos. Does this deserve to be in the teaser?
I would say yes. Jacksonville has said, like, the Jags are saying nobody takes us seriously. And I think they're right. Including you. I think you're right. I don't see the way Denver plays. I don't see them blowing out the Jags. And also, you have to look at the way that Trevor Lawrence is playing right now. Trevor Lawrence, and I know the schedule hasn't been amazing, but some of the throws that he's making, I mean, he's making not just NFL-level throws. He's making world-class throws. This is the best football he has played in his entire career. And what we were talking about earlier, how crucial it is to get great quarterback play, and that's what they need. If Trevor Lawrence sort of ascends to that next level, he's shown those flashes but has never really gotten there. But if we're watching him ascend to that next level, which I think maybe we are, we're going to find out a lot about where the Jags stand when they take on the Broncos this weekend. I just don't see Denver double digits and covering that number, if we're talking about a teaser here. So, yeah, I would take Jacksonville any day of the week. I love that.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to go in the teaser, because I still don't have like the ultimate trust that you have in them, because we've seen the Jaguars be humbled by some of the better teams. Like, they lost to the Rams 35-7, and the Texans beat them by, I guess that's not double digits. Texans beat them by 7 in Houston. So this is going to be a big measuring stick game for the Jags. Here's the problem with the Jags for me. it feels, maybe this is completely unfair, that I don't know how to trust the toughness of this team. And maybe it starts with Trevor Lawrence, because think about it, going on the road to play a very tough Broncos defense, Trevor Lawrence is going to be under all kinds of pressure. And this is an outdoor game, that's going to be totally different from what you've been playing in Jacksonville. So it's going to be a tough test for the Jags. So maybe if they win this one or keep it close, I will change my opinion on Jacksonville. And then finally, here's another one.
Okay.
If you wanted, you could put the Eagles laying a half point at the Commanders.
Oh, don't do
Feels
it.
trappy, though. Right?
It feels real trappy. Like, I don't know who the Eagles are. And the thing is, the Eagles don't know who the Eagles are. So don't get fooled by the fact that they blew out the Raiders. The Raiders absolutely stink. Like, they suck, which I hate because I like Pete Carroll a lot, but they're a bad football team. So the Commanders are now finally like off the schneid. They got that win against the Giants tried to give that game away. Like, it was kind of dicey there at the end, but I think getting that losing streak out of the way where they finally got on the winning side of things was huge for them. And also the Eagles, as we know, are completely discombobulated on offense by almost every measure. They're one of the worst offenses in the NFL, notwithstanding last week against the Raiders. And the Commanders, again, nothing to lose now. I know Marcus Mariota is going to be the guy, so I would stay away from that. I think the Eagles will win, but if there's a time when they could be upset out of nowhere, especially in a divisional battle, this could be it.
Right. When you hear people compare him to the 2023 squad that mentally was just checked out, that's the problem. It's not the talent for the Eagles. It's the fact that when you have that mentality where it feels like you're working disjointed, you're not working as a team, feels like those are the type of teams who mess around and lose to, a team that they should not lose to. So it's not going to be going in my teaser. All right, hour 3 is next. So the Daily Tip, we'll bring on old friend Chris Mack. I promise he's not that old. He's an old friend of the show to talk all things Steelers. It's next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. Final hour of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Since it's our final week, I mean, we got to get the band back together one more time. We're going to take the pulse of Pittsburgh with our good friend Chris Mack. In 20 minutes, we will have even more from that skirmish in Steel City. Not much of a fight last night with the Steelers dominating the Dolphins, and then we'll try to make you some money and bring in the Dogster at 8:40. How you doing to our audience on Stadium? We're still going to stream that final hour. Get one more look. This face. You got a few more days. We're also streaming on X as well. So thank you for being with us. Let's bring him in. Our guy, host of the Kabuli and Mac podcast, also a host on the BetMGM Network. It is Chris Mack. Chris, good morning. How are you doing? And how's the Christmas shopping going? Oh, no,
that was a queen. You know, you like that? A nice royal queen's
you're a
wave.
princess.
Hello. Everybody on the Stadium Network. Christmas shopping is going surprisingly well, despite the fact that everything that my wife wanted for Christmas, she has gone out and bought for herself. When she gets a pot and a pot, not pot, a pot. Not
one
pot. Yeah, want to clarify.
She gets a bunch of weed for Christmas. Now you know why.
No.
When you get a dime bag.
Although, now that I mention it, hell of an idea. It's gone surprisingly well. Have ordered a few things. Already actually wrapped one of said things. The rest sitting in a corner, piled up in the closet. So we're about 30% of the way there with, 9 days to go.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good. I feel like I have not started wrapping presents, which I usually leave to the very last minute, and then I stress wrap everything on Christmas Eve, which I would not recommend. All right, Chris, so the reason we brought you on here was not to talk about Christmas, it was to talk about the Steelers. And so we had already booked you before this game got underway last night. But now, after this game, I have one question, and it's a very simple question. Are the Steelers a good football team?
Maybe.
Was that your daughter? Who said that?
That's the more unsure you are of your answer, the higher the pitch in your voice gets, Chelsea. Come on, everybody knows this. Goes maybe. So here's the thing: the last 2 weeks, they have played decidedly well on both sides of the ball, and that's what this team had been working toward. They told us all year long, what Mike Tomlin likes to call complementary football. The defense plays well. They keep the opposing offense off the field. They actually won time of possession pretty decidedly as well last night, which is something they had struggled to do most of this year. They ran the ball pretty well. Rodgers threw the ball well. Pass protection was good. Run blocking was decent. They got a turnover at one point when they needed it, and won on third downs after I think they went 0 for 3 on their first it might have even been more than that. 0 for 8 at one point. Sorry, I had the number wrong. 0 for 8 on third downs on offense to start, and then they converted 5 straight during 4 consecutive touchdown drives, which is something they hadn't done in 7 years, a touchdown on 4 consecutive drives. So, yes, they are playing the best they have to this point in the season, and that means they're maybe pretty good. Good enough to win the AFC North, I think, at the very least, as they have a solid lead on the Ravens now.
Are they going to win this division? I mean, they have that game lead. The schedule's winnable. Playing maybe their best football of the season. Complete game last night. Are they actually going to win it?
I mean, it doesn't really, I don't want to say it doesn't matter. It matters, obviously, but it doesn't matter what they do in their next two games. And as long as they beat Baltimore in the finale, they still win the division, Jenks. Now, they can tie it up, or excuse me, they can clinch it, lock it up before that Week 18 game against Baltimore, which, by the way, is at home in Pittsburgh, because Baltimore's got the Patriots coming to town on Sunday night and then a trip to Lambeau before they come to Pittsburgh. So, the Steelers don't even necessarily have to pull off a 7-point upset and beat Detroit on Sunday. They could just survive Detroit, maybe with a loss, and then go to Cleveland and win, have Baltimore lose at least one of their next two games, and they're going to be in a good spot. Maybe even have the division clinched before Week 18. So, yeah, they're definitely... They're not just statistically in the driver's seat now. They are solidly in a spot where if they just do what they should do and play remotely close to how they've played the last 2 weeks, they could have this locked up before the Ravens even come to town.
Okay, so based on your inflection in your voice, it feels like you don't feel super strongly about this Steelers team, but you look at the rest of the AFC this year, and it kind of feels like that's the case for a lot of these teams. So in any other year, I'd say, okay, Steelers going to be one and done. They'll make the postseason. They'll get blown out and not even cover the number in the first round of the playoffs. But I think a lot of it depends on who they're matched up with. Like if they're matched up with the Bills, woof. But some of these other teams, like it's the Chargers, the Texans, the Colts, if you go further down. So do you think they actually have a chance to win a playoff game this year, depending, on who they play?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. If it's the Bills, yeesh. But I think, if they got the Chargers, even though they did not play them well out in LA a few weeks ago, I would feel very different about that game come mid-January, regardless of where it was played, but it would, almost 110% most likely be in Pittsburgh because the Chargers just get more and more beat up every day. Justin Herbert gets more and more beat up every day. If it were somehow Jacksonville, I'd feel really good about it. If it were Houston, maybe not because they're red hot, maybe the best team over the last 5 weeks in the AFC. If it were Denver or New England, I wouldn't even necessarily be as scared as I would be of the Bills. So yeah, they've got a chance to break Mike Tomlin's 8-year playoff win schneid, which would help his standing in Pittsburgh just a little bit. We didn't get any Fire Tomlin chants last night at Heinz Field, which was, a turn in a positive direction.
Chris,
right,
when you talk about Jacksonville, no, we were talking about Jacksonville earlier, and I wanted to know what your thought is on the Jags because I can't figure them out. Trevor Lawrence is playing his best football of his career. They haven't played the toughest schedule, but here they are. They keep winning, and I feel like based on their history, we're saying, Jacksonville's not for real. We'll find out against Denver maybe a little bit. What do you think?
I think they're Steelers light in a way, and what I mean by that is they've won most of the games they were supposed to win, and they've done it by creating turnovers on defense. And when their quarterback shows up, they look really good. I think the Steelers are similar. When the Steelers force turnovers on defense and their quarterback plays well, they look really good and kind of like they can beat almost anybody in the AFC field. I would say there's probably Jacksonville fans that feel the same way about the Jags. You're right. We'll find out a lot against the Broncos. It'll be interesting. They're another, I think, matchup-dependent team. If they were to draw, say, the Chargers in the first round, I'd feel good about the Jags winning that game and moving on. When you start to stack them up against, say, Houston, New England, even Denver, that's when I start to think they hit some serious hurdles. So, yeah, I would say they're very similar to the Steelers in how they achieve victory, just sort of a watered-down version of it, maybe a little less chaotic version of it.
I think when it comes to the postseason, the handicap sometimes is different because it boils down to who do you trust in the postseason? And sometimes it feels like a totally different discussion than the regular season. Like, that's where I stand on the Jaguars. Like, me and Jenks were talking about this earlier. Like, which quarterback do you trust more in the postseason? Would it be Trevor Lawrence or Aaron Rodgers. And I'm looking at the rest of the teams in the AFC, and it does feel like a changing of the guard where, Aaron Rodgers is going to have probably the upper hand in that type of conversation where it's Josh Allen, it's Justin Herbert, who has bad postseason numbers, it's Bo Nix, it's Drake May, who's had a great season, but unproven in the postseason, Trevor Lawrence, CJ Stroud. Like, Josh Allen's the only one that stands head and shoulders above. So when you flip it in that direction, let me ask you, who would you trust more, Trevor Lawrence or Aaron Rodgers in the postseason?
Rodgers. I only paused for a brief second there just to think if there were any caveats or conditions I could put on it, and there really aren't. I think when you look at the quarterbacks around the AFC playoff field, it's kind of surprising that you're still getting a 25-1 number on the Steelers to win the AFC. Not that anybody expects them to necessarily go on a run and win the AFC after not winning a playoff game for 9 years. I get it. I get why they are where they are on the board. But I think there is going to be a crystallization of the thought on, what do quarterbacks provide us in the postseason when we see the postseason field actually set? I think it's a great point, Chelsea, because Rodgers, other than Allen, who has shown us this kind of stuff in the postseason before? I think we look at CJ Stroud and the way he's played lately. Yeah, he's capable of it as well. But the rest of this quarterback class in the AFC, if we look at the potential playoff field, is just unproven, or they've proven it and it hasn't been very good what they've proven to us.
Who's the best team in the NFC? We've got about 3 minutes here, so we've got some time. Is it the Rams? Is it the Seahawks in the same division? Is it someone else? The NFC is really fascinating.
I think it's the Rams. I think because as long as Stafford and Nakua are healthy and they can do whatever they want on offense, now the one caveat or condition to that is if they have to go on the road to Seattle. That's what I want to see. If you ask me for a dream NFC championship game matchup, that's what I would want to see. Rams in Seattle somehow. I don't think that's percentage points all that likely right now. The odds tell us that probably wouldn't happen, but that would be an interesting matchup. Seattle's defense at home against the Rams offense outdoors. I think that would be the best possible matchup, but I think as long as the Rams have the NFC playoff field coming through their building, they've got to be the team to beat in the NFC. I still have questions about how consistent the Packers can be on offense. The Eagles' consistency offense in this economy. The Bears have obviously their warts on offense as well. So yeah, I think that's my biggest question mark is, can Seattle take care of the Rams at their place? And if they do, would they be able to get that opportunity again in the playoffs?
All right, so this has to be quick, and I know there's a lot that goes into it, but it feels to me that the viewpoint of Mike Tomlin nationally is so different from what we see in Pittsburgh. You mentioned it earlier. Mm-hmm. How much stock do you put in the fact that Mike Tomlin has never lost a home Monday Night Football game? It seems pretty damn impressive to me, but I'm sure the haters will have some type of comeback. So are you one of those haters? Do you have a comeback?
I'm not a hater. I look at it and I say, that's great. That's awesome. That's a really cool trend. Just like never having a losing season. Oh, that's a really cool trend. What does it get you in January? Are there Monday Night Football games in January? There's one. Okay, well, if they happen to get the Monday night game on Super Wild Card Weekend, then we can go ahead and talk about it again. Win me a playoff game, Mike. Win me a couple playoff games if you want to get really frisky. And let's talk about doing what the Steelers have been known to do for decades now, which is win in January. Until then, it's great. It's nice. It's not what people in Pittsburgh want to hear. They want to see you win games in January, Mike. And I imagine if you put him, on a lie detector, he would say something similar, like, yeah, it's all well and good. That's great. He'd have a really good Tomlinism for it that I can't come up with right now. Something about painting a barn with red paint if you have red paint, or something about, I don't know. That's what he would do because he's good at that. I'm not, obviously. But he would probably say something similar. That's great, but we got to win when it matters most.
Yeah. He is host of the Kabolium Act podcast, host of the BetMGM Network. Chris, I just want to say, our show obviously coming to an end this week. You're an awesome person. You're fantastic at what you do. And it's been a real joy having you on this show for all these years. So thank you for coming on, and thanks for being a friend to us. We really appreciate it.
Right back at you guys. I loved not just listening to you guys, but getting the opportunity to be on the air with you as often as I have. So best of luck.
Thank you, my friend. Much appreciated. Also, Chris, first class Christmas shopper. The guy's been nailing it. What is he supposed to do? The wife's bought everything. Get her a pot, get her some weed. She's good to go. That's a great husband right there. Great father. Yeah. Coming up next on the show. Well, we'll continue talking about, we'll go into the nuts and bolts a little bit of what we saw last night and spin it forward. Dolphins have now lost 14 straight games and playing at temperatures of 40 or below. Back to Pittsburgh we go. Next to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Tuesday. Tuesday.
Great vibes.
Great vibes here on the show. God. Seriously. Come on. Tuesday? That's how I started the show. What? I woke up thinking it was a Wednesday. I swear to God. And I'm like, and it makes a difference. That one day makes all the difference. Coming up on the show, the Dolphins can handle the heat, but never the cold. So let's continue with our Christmas time theme. Again, show ending on Friday, so I'm jumping a little ahead here. Normally, these are questions I would ask you closer to Christmas times, but how do you and Jake generally shop for one another? I mean, there's no right or wrong, as I always say when it comes to couples. It's just, different. Every couple has their own relationship, different ways in which they do things. What about you guys?
I feel like we're not very set on presents. Like, honestly, I don't really care. Like, normally we'll go to the mall or whatever and, like, we'll pick out something in front of each other. It's like, hey, I want this. Do you want to buy it for me? And that's our Christmas present. Because here's the thing as well. Like, we both have jobs. We both have our own money. So, like, if we want something, it was ordered 2 weeks ago from Amazon and delivered 4 hours and 26 minutes later. So that's the thing. Like, most adults with their own money, like, if there's something they want, they get it themselves. Like, I'm not somebody who puts a ton of stock into, like, gift giving. I don't know if it's something that, like, growing up, like, presents weren't a big deal, especially as you got older. So, like, I don't know. It's just not one of those things that matter that much to me.
No, I hear you. We're kind of the same way. I think that just comes with age, too. Not necessarily being old, but just older. I remember when I was a kid, I was like, I'll never get tired of making a list. I love making these Christmas presents. I'm going to get as many presents as possible. I'm like, I don't know why my parents don't make lists. They're stupid. I always want as many presents as possible. And then you get older and you're like, I don't really, I don't
Did
need
you have
much.
headgear?
I did. Presents. I love it. Hey, guys. See, I'm only going to have to keep it for a couple months. It's going to be fine. Did you have headgear? I had a friend of mine who did. I had braces, but not headgear. No. I didn't have braces, though.
No. That has to build character, though. Like, imagine having headgear or, like, something similar where occasionally you'll meet somebody who has an experience like that. And Jake's like, you had childhood cancer. Like, I did. That's character building. Like, maybe not in the way that, like, headgear, like, people make fun of that. But, like, it does shape you. Like, it's wild that I've never been to therapy, or at least it's been a while. Like, when my parents got divorced, they, like, made me go. But I was like, I'm not saying anything. But it's crazy to me, like, how people talk about how much your childhood, like, really shapes your entire being.
Oh, absolutely.
It's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, and I don't know if this is true, but for example, I'm not going to take this down a depressing road, but if you talk about things that affect you, like, I'm always, like, messing with my hair, right? Like, all the time. Like, part of it is I'm super OCD. Like, I'm not super OCD, but I'm very meticulous with everything, like a perfectionist. But also, there was a time when I lost my hair. Do you know what I mean? So I was without hair for a year because I had chemotherapy. And so I was bald. And when you're bald in elementary school and you're super paranoid about it, and my hair came back differently. So it used to be sort of red and straight, and then it came back wavy and darker. And I'll never forget that my doctor, and I'm in a small town, and chemo was really rudimentary back then. I mean, it's never been great, but especially back then. And I remember my hair started coming in, and my doctor was trying to make me feel so much better. He's like, look at that head of hair. Look at that head. Look at this hair coming back in. And I remember, like, it was such a reinforcing moment for me, because you go from, oh my God, I'm bald. I'm wearing a hat everywhere because I'm so embarrassed. And now I have hair again. So part of it, when I think about myself being, like, always, like, messy with my hair, I think part of it is me, just my personality, but also I think there's probably a tie in there as well. So there's no question that things that affect you in childhood absolutely end up being something that affects you as you get older.
But I will say this, like, you're 50 and you still have a full head of hair.
That's
maybe
true.
that's what, like, God gave you. He was like, listen,
Yeah, I
you
think
made
so.
it through the ringer, so we're going to at least give you this.
Yeah, at the end it was like, all right, tough road, so we're going to give you a lot of hair, So very lucky in that respect, but didn't mean to take that down, a depressing road. But yes, I absolutely have empathy for people who are going through that, and you're right. Anything that you happen or that happens to you when you're younger, no question when you're older has some sort of effect, even if it's residual. Well, what is the effect on the playoff picture after what we saw last night in Pittsburgh? Let's talk about that. The Steelers beat the Dolphins 28-15. Steelers laying 3. Steelers minus 175 on the money line. Total set at 42 and a hook. The over hits. How about this? Aaron Rodgers becomes the oldest quarterback in league history to complete at least 85% of his passes. 23 of 27, 224 yards, 2 scores, and this.
On third down, got it to DK Metcalf. And fighting his way for the touchdown.
Metcalf, 3 catches, 55 yards on the night. That score gave the Steelers a 21-3 lead in the third. So the Dolphins got a couple of garbage time touchdowns, which affected the over. I would have liked the under in that game, so I would have been wrong on that. But I love this after the game. The Steelers now 1 game ahead of the Ravens in the AFC North, and Marquez Valdez-Scantling was asked about Aaron Rodgers after the game, and he said this: I don't care if he's 65 years old or not. He can still spin the ball, and he's always playing chess with the defense. This is one of the best performances from Pittsburgh all season long, and Aaron Rodgers was great.
Yeah, I know. I think this is the mental gymnastics that we're going to be doing for the rest of the season, is that we're going to be asking ourselves, are the Steelers a team we want to trust at probably a good price in the postseason?
Yeah.
Because we were just talking about this with Chris Mack. If you look at the hierarchy of quarterbacks in the AFC this year, without Patrick Mahomes, without Joe Burrow, there's a lot of question marks when it comes to postseason experience. And when it comes to these games that have the cold weather and they're close, and they're the games that mean the most, Aaron Rodgers showed us last night that he can still fully compete in these type of games. And it's not just the accuracy, it's the little things. Like the play last night where he pointed out that the other team had 12 men on the field. And it was called even like 30 seconds after it happened. And he just was talking to the referees. And he is the best, or one of the best in the game, at picking up on little things like that can, surmount to big advantages for his offense. So I think that's the trouble that we're having right now. Like, a lot of us are asking, are the Steelers good? Or do we really take that much away from the Steelers beating a Dolphins team that absolutely cannot function when the temperature drops below 40 degrees?
It's crazy. They just can't do it. I don't know what it is. Well, part of it is obviously people are going to be like, they live in Miami, dude. Like, I know. Like, I get that. But even for a warm weather team, it's bizarre. 14 straight the Dolphins have lost when the temperature is 40 degrees or lower. Like, that's unbelievable. And Tua himself is 0 for 6 all time under the same conditions. Miami will not make the playoffs, officially eliminated last night. So this will be their 25th straight season without a playoff victory. A quarter of a century without a playoff win. But what's crazy about the weather part is, I was reading about this, they know, the organization knows, everybody knows in football, oh, these guys are not good in cold weather. They practiced over the weekend in the snow. They went to Robert Morris University, not far from Pittsburgh, in Moon Township, Pennsylvania, practiced in the snow, got ready in the snow, ready for a snow game, or at least a cold weather game. Wasn't snowing, but they were ready for the elements, and it still didn't work, Chelsea.
Right. So I don't know how you fix this if you're the Dolphins, but at least you have a long offseason ahead of you to maybe ponder these questions. But in the meantime, you look at the Steelers, and it feels like this is the most complete game that they've played in quite some time, because we've kind of been waiting for this performance from the defense as well. And it's wild that they did all this without TJ Watt. really the quarterback of their defense. So to come out and only allow Miami to score 15 points is a big deal. So on all fronts, we had Aaron Rodgers being, pinpoint accuracy and spreading the ball around. The tight ends were used in probably a way that they should have been used earlier on in the season. And they were running the ball effectively. So this is the time you want to be trending in the right direction. The Steelers look like they are doing just that. And we were having this discussion earlier about, okay, so they're favored to win the AFC North now. And I think a lot of it just has to do with Baltimore's schedule down the stretch, because the Ravens, man, their schedule is no joke. So they start off this week against the Patriots. Then they have they go on the road to Lambeau, and then they finish with that all-important game in Pittsburgh against the Steelers. So right now the Steelers have other games, but the main one on their schedule is going to be that final game of the season. And here's the thing, between these two teams, we've seen this before, Jenks, where it's been for all the marbles, the last game of the season, de facto playoff game. And even when the Steelers have had bad iterations of their teams, when it's been Ben Roethlisberger, like super old, throwing at 3.2 yards per attempt, they've won some of those games. So I know the Ravens are also trending in the right direction as well. But all of a sudden, we have interesting football going on in the AFC North, which is something that I feel like we couldn't say for most of the season.
Yeah, it's finally getting to be where it's like, all right, we got something going on here. Also, I think Steelers fans they're happy, but they're also sort of miserable. Like, we kind of got that with Chris Mack, and I feel like this has been an ongoing theme throughout the season. They're dying for a reason to get rid of Mike Tomlin, and they can't. We were talking about on the show, it was just, what was it, 3 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago when Ben Roethlisberger came out? James Harrison came out, and they were saying, yeah, it's time to move on. It's time for this franchise to move on from Mike Tomlin, because he'll win games. Yes, you're not going to believe this stat. Have you heard that he's never had a losing record? Like that's been said ad nauseum, but it's incredibly impressive. And yet the Steelers never really advanced in the playoffs. They could do this again. They could win the division. They're the favorites at minus 135. They have the advantage. Ravens are plus 110. They could win the division, have a winning record, and all of a sudden Mike Tomlin stays around for another year, rinse and repeat. That's a real possibility.
Right. But my question is, like, who are you going to get to replace him? Because, like, as somebody who cheers for a team that had the same dilemma where back-to-back seasons Mike Vrabel did not have good records for Tennessee, and people say, well, he can't, win the big games. He's had talent on the roster before. And now you look at him with New England. He's probably, going to win the AFC. But this season is not over yet. And we touched on this. Yeah. If there's ever a year where maybe the Steelers can finally win a playoff game, maybe this is it. Like, a lot of it will depend on the matchup that they draw in the AFC, because, like, some of those teams, like, right now, Buffalo is going to be a wild card, or I think they're going to be a wild card team. I need to double check that.
Yeah,
but
I think so too.
Anyways, the teams are the Bills, Texans, Colts, and then I guess the Ravens would maybe be on the bubble there. But, like, my point being, like, the Chargers, some of those other teams, in a one-game sample size, in a game in January, where if Pittsburgh wins the division, they'll have a home game, they have a chance to win a playoff game. And that is the main complaint of Steelers fans, is that they make the playoffs, but they can't win in the playoffs. So maybe that changes this year.
Yeah, maybe it will. I mean, if we see vintage Aaron Rodgers like we saw last night, he was unbelievable last night. He was just carving up the Dolphins. And look, the Dolphins were not great defensively early on, but they've been playing really good defense over the past few weeks. There's a reason why the Dolphins went into this game 5-1 in their last 6. What are the Dolphins going to do with Tua? Through his 15th interception of the year, he leads the NFL. Chelsea, his salary next season is $39 million. Cap hit of $56 million. They're sort of stuck with Tua, and I like Tua, but he just has not lived up to that massive contract.
Right, and how many chances does he get? And it feels like he's not getting better, especially with somebody with major injury concerns, where you start to wonder, like, how much of that has affected his play. to where the head injuries and like the playing scared, where you can tell when pressure comes behind him, like he looks skittish, and for good reason. He has to worry about his brain. So when you're paying somebody that much, obviously you have some hard decisions to make. But that's just kind of the going rate for quarterbacks in the NFL. There's plenty of mid-tier quarterbacks that are making a ton of money. It's just kind of the market price that you pay for quarterbacks these days. But it does feel like the Dolphins kind of have a ceiling, and that ceiling is Tua. And here's the thing, when the playoffs are played in January and you can't play in cold weather, that's a big problem.
Yeah, it's an issue. And it's always going to be an issue, at least. God, that's all we've seen from these guys. So that's got to change at some point. Probably not going to change with Tua under center. Coming up. All right, we've talked about last night's game. Now let's find out where we're going this evening. Maybe a little college football, some basketball as well. It's coming up next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Chelsea Messenger, and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. Here we go. It is a daily tip on the BetMGM Network. Final week on the show. Gonna finish strong. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Best bets coming your way. I'm just gonna chase. I have nothing to lose. 0-2 night last night. So let's just go for it. And then tonight, oh man, I'm looking forward to it. I just don't like staying out too late because we get up so early for this show. But tonight, the lovely Catherine is having her company Christmas party, and it's in Bethesda, which is about a 35, maybe 40-minute drive from here. So it's not too bad. But I'm going to go, and this is the first time I will have met her coworkers. She's met you guys, most all of you guys. She's hung out with us before. But I've never really met many of the people that work at her law office, so I got to be on my best behavior tonight. Oh, that's just absolutely such a wonderful yarn that you just spun there. I love it. Absolutely love it. And your work, it's so important. It's so important. I'm sure it's not going to be like that, but I never know what to expect when I'm going into a space that I'm not really familiar with, you know?
Right. You got to put on your trophy husband hat.
I know it.
Or I guess trophy fiance hat. And act
Yeah.
like a good partner. But Jenks, I'm interested because I've heard some stories from Catherine's work just because we've worked together for so long.
Sure.
How about the girl that always showed up late and like constantly took like mental health days? And it was like, well, the Uber was late. So you're 3 hours late because the Uber was late.
Right.
You know who I'm talking about, right? Is she going to be at this
Yes.
party?
Ooh, I don't think so. I think it's sort of, I think it's well, I know it's a big deal to Catherine because it's not a party for everyone, if that makes sense. So it's sort of like the partners and sort of like the management and director team. So it's a big deal that Catherine is part of it, but it's not like the company wide Christmas party. It's more of like reserved for, sort of upper management and things like that. So it's a big deal that she got invited. And so the good news is the girl that lives near us, it takes me probably 15 minutes to get to Catherine's workplace, but it takes this other girl apparently 45 minutes. She will not be there.
So what this is sounding like to me is that there's going to be good food and drinks at this party. Like if it's for upper management, bacon wrapped shrimp, cocktail shrimp,
I'm hoping so.
Top shelf liquor. Like that's what I would be excited for.
I know. Well, and it's at someone's house too, I think. Like I believe, yeah. So, and this is way above my pay grade. I don't know anything about this type of existence, but Catherine's like, this is where this is going to be. And I saw this house. I'm like, oh, this is like someone's home where they're hosting the party themselves. So yeah, I'm going to have to, I don't know. These guys are going to be talking about legal issues, best practices when it comes to RFPs and these things that they work on a regular basis. And I'll be like, you think this is the year for the Bills? What do you guys think, huh? I mean, I feel like Josh Allen has to win it this year, right? Crickets. So we'll see how that goes. I think it could be fun. At least Catherine will be there, but I will happily blend into the background, smile, shake hands, nice to meet you, and then sneak my way over to the bar and get that bacon wrapped shrimp.
Yeah, or just always have your mouth full. Just be like, "Blah, blah, 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 blah." I would have an educated take on this, but I just stuffed 3 meatballs in my face. So just do that.
That's what I'll just chime in with things like, yeah, that's not legal. That's not legal. You can't do that. You can't do that. Like stuff like that. I would rather, when I get in a situation like, I'm not going to fake it. If I don't know, I'm not going to act like I know the legal ins and outs of a particular issue, because these guys work on things that like blow my mind. When Catherine shows me some of the stuff that she is writing or preparing, like if there is a request for proposal or some of these things, I'm like, you wrote this? She's like, yes. I was like, it's amazing. Like, I'm mega proud of you. That's remarkable. But also, I don't know how you're doing this. I can't, legalese in particular. If you read like contract language, whatever it may be, like your eyes just roll the back of your head like, oh my God, what am I reading here? You know what I mean?
Right, but it's a Christmas party. So I would imagine that these people are not like gonna want to talk about like legal specifics. They're gonna want to let loose. Like if it's a good Christmas party, like aren't the best Christmas parties the ones where like somebody gets like unhinged drunk? So maybe that's just our company. But let's hope.
That's old school. That's old school. You get together, you booze up, all right? And then you see where it goes. And at the end of the night, the next day, you say, wow, what a time that was. How'd I get home? And it's fine. It's just fine. I think that's what happened to us. I was like, how'd we get back? But we did. We all made it back safely.
Yeah, it doesn't matter the process as long as the result is right. It's like in betting. It doesn't matter if you win it by a mile or an inch. A win is still a win.
That's exactly right. So let's get some wins tonight.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea. Need you here. What do you got?
Yeah, I need myself. All right, so we're going to rely on one of the teams that I've been betting on in college hoops for the past few years, and that is Belmont basketball because they're here local in Nashville. So quietly, Belmont's had one of the best offenses in the entire nation. If you look at their three-point percentage, they're 11th in the country, shooting 40% from the three-point line. And as far as effective field goal percentage goes, they're second in the country. So that's the thing. When a team is laying a big number, you need an offense that can score some points. So I think Belmont fits that bill. So I'm going to lay the 8.5 with Belmont on the road at Evansville tonight. Belmont's been great at covering numbers on the road this season, a perfect 3-0 ATS when playing away from Belmont. And then you look at Evansville, and they've been double-digit dogs 3 times this season. The only time they didn't get absolutely smoked in those games was the game that they hit 14 threes against Western Kentucky. In the other 9 games before that, they hadn't even hit double-digit threes. This is not a high-octane offense. In fact, it's one of the worst offenses in all of college basketball. According to effective field goal percentage, they're ranked 301st. Like, I'm pretty sure there's only like 360 teams in college basketball. So that's the handicap for me. If Belmont gets firing away on those 3-point shots, their offense is going to be too much for Evansville. So let's lay the 8.5 with the Bruins. Let's go Belmont.
All right. A classic. An oldie but a goodie with Belmont. All right, I'm chasing, guys. Let's do it. Here we go. Chelsea money line plus Avs money line. Oh, yeah, minus 112. So English Football League, the semifinal of the Carabao Cup. Chelsea, you love the Carabao Cup. Cardiff City, Chelsea. The Blues have been winning, grinding lately, so Enzo Maresca is going to make some changes to his starting 11. It doesn't matter. Chelsea has beaten Cardiff City in their last 5. Chelsea on the money line. Then we go to the ice. Obvious money line play. Avs and Kraken. Colorado. Chelsea, you have that hoodie. Best team in hockey. Avs are 10-5 on the road. Kraken have lost 8 of 9. Chelsea money line. Avs money line. Minus 112. Also, Flames on the money line. Minus 135 in San Jose. Not easy betting on a bad team against a bad team, but I like the form that Calgary has shown recently. They've won 4 of 5. Sharks have the worst goal differential in the NHL, dead last, and they're banged up as well. They lost one of their better players in Will Smith. He's now on the IR after that comeback win against Pittsburgh. Also, Calgary has won 7 straight against the Sharks. Let's make it 8 straight. Calgary money line, minus 135. And college football, Jacksonville State, minus 2.5. It's come down from 3.5. I'll play it at minus 2.5, minus 135 in the Salute to Veterans Bowl. Here we go. Troy offense barely has a pulse, okay? Doesn't matter if they're running or passing. They're awful. They're also not great defensively, and that's where Jack State is going to take advantage. Their running back, Cam Cook, leads the country in rushing. That will allow Jacksonville State to pull away and probably win this game outright. I like them on the money line as well. Cocky the Gamecock is going to be celebrating a dub tonight. Jacksonville State, minus 2.5 in the Salute to Veterans Bowl. 3 plays on the card. There you go.
Okay, so if my geography is correct, isn't Jacksonville State in Alabama? Like, you'd think it's
It
in
is.
Florida, but I think it's in Alabama.
No,
Look
you're
at me.
exactly right.
I'm a wizard.
Look at you. You're the smartest person I've ever met. You're right. Tip of the cap salute. All right, Doctor. Oh, he's in the Christmas spirit, Doctor. Come on in here. What's going on?
Ho, ho, ho.
Okay, fine.
I hear the show is coming to an end on Friday.
Yeah, that is true.
So let me get this straight. I could send an email to someone in the office and there's nothing that human resources can do about it.
Well, they can still fire you, Doctor. Then you wouldn't get severance.
It doesn't matter to me. I could use the time off.
Well, it's still a bad look.
Here's what I was thinking. To whom it may concern, aren't you tired of all of these restrictive clothes we have to wear?
Doctor, you don't wear any clothes in the first place.
And that's just the way I like it.
Okay. Good. Dork. Give us a bet.
Knicks, minus 2.5, hosting the San Antonio Spurs.
Okay. Too much time for you, Doctor.
All right, Jenks.
I don't know, Chelsea.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What is the severance package for the Donkster include? Is it hay and like a calendar of like the WWE divas?
I think it's probably 8 weeks of hay and then a lady of the night. You know, we'll have to work that into the table. Let's give this guy a little break. You know what I mean? He's been in the studio forever by himself. Cut the guy some slack. That's off the record, though. You know what I mean?
Right, we don't condone that, but...
We don't condone it. Will it happen? Probably. Are we condoning it? No. Will I be aware? Not that I know of. Another classic. Yeah, wiping our hands clean here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea, I'm Jinx. Have a great Tuesday.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. It's time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome in on this Tuesday, Joe O, Sammy P. Plenty of NFL, some fun guests, college football. We'll start diving into that as well. A lot of fun planned. We'll try to stay out of trouble. And maybe a show announcement regarding the two of us coming up this week. How you doing, Sammy?
I can't answer that the way I want to because I might get a phone call again. So let's just get through the next 4 days and then we never have to talk about it again.
Yeah, that would. Well, maybe one more time when we're done. We could talk about it for the people.
Yeah,
give some honesty a little bit. Tua sucks. Like, it's infuriating just watching, even if you're not a Dolphins fan. We know too many of those Dolphins fans. It's like they go and win 4 in a row and it just feels like fraudulent. And, you know, you were hearing from some people like, hey, this is an obscene number. What if they just win out, everything goes their way? And then when you have any sort of expectation on the Miami Dolphins, I know they were 3.5 point dogs last night, but they were really never in that game. Once that first Tua pick happened, it was the only one of the game, but once that pick happened, Pittsburgh just put the muzzle on them and just ran away. And that final score of 28-15 in no way indicative of how that game went. It was controlled by the Steelers. And I will say that a majority of the game, the Dolphins defense was just fine. It was the offense not doing anything when the football mattered.
I did laugh, though. The number one prop was HN rushing, and it did not get home. So that continues a very successful season if you faded the number one bet in the room. HN over, I believe, 80.5 or 82.5. I can't remember the number. It started with an 8. He had 12 carries for 60 yards. He also did not score a touchdown. That was a popular bet as well. If you were to look at Tua's box score, 22 of 28, 253, 2 touchdowns. He did throw a pick. You'd be like, oh, okay, that's not a bad game. Mm-hmm. But Miami had 3 points after 3 quarters. Yeah. And it's just another bad football game between 2 very mediocre teams that a lot of people watched, and most of those people probably gambled on. This is the NFL. I mean, there are 6 really good teams. I don't think there's any great teams, and there's a lot of crap. And these 2 teams, I mean, Pittsburgh's probably going to make the playoffs, but they're not going to win a playoff game. It'll be the annual tradition, make the playoffs and then lose in the first playoff game. But these 2 teams stink. And I assure you, I did not watch a lot.
The Dolphins in cold weather trend continues. They were talking about it last night again and again. And then they brought it up again. Tua 0-6 now when it is 40 degrees or colder. Yippee, we can keep that sample of last week's win when it was 41 degrees out of this to make it look even worse. He is 0-6 on the season. I've said during that month-long winning streak that the Miami Dolphins had that I felt that Mike McDaniel saves his job. They're going to roll this back out. McDaniel and Tua, they're going to say Tyreek injury was massive, and that was so early in the season. We recovered. We made it a competitive season. Now their season's over. They're out of the playoffs. There's no more conversation there. I think we know the AFC teams in the postseason. We'll go over that. We just don't know what the order is going to be. We don't know the division winners. Do they keep this head coach? This was the guy that everybody expected to be the first one fired. He was not. Held the job. Played some good games, had a big upset of Buffalo, beat up bad teams like they were supposed to. 6-8 right now. Keep his job or no?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I think so. Don't want to waste that money. And go ahead, Tua, not a new quarterback. Let's do one more year of this before we completely get rid of this and just pay him to go away. Pittsburgh side, AFC North leader. They take back the lead in the AFC North. They win a game without TJ Watt. That was a trend that blew up. 13 games now. They have a 2-11 record when they don't have TJ Watt on the field. You know, Rodgers was super efficient. Short passing game. Gainwell had 20 touches, plenty of passes in the game. Throws to his buddies. MVS got a touchdown. Very happy to see that. Metcalf, that was a spectacular touchdown where he just pushed down Minkah Fitzpatrick. Steelers looked pretty good. I don't think either of us are buyers. I don't know a lot of people that are buyers. They're 8-6 on the year. They lead the division, and right now they're the 4 seed in the AFC.
And this will legit come down to the final game of the regular season. Let's play this out. Let's assume Pittsburgh loses at Detroit this coming weekend. Probably going to happen. We're going to get to week 18, first weekend in January, and it's going to be Pittsburgh at home against Baltimore for all the marbles in the AFC North, because that's a 1-bid division. Not getting 2, not good enough. So that'll be it. Pittsburgh, Baltimore, last week of the season, winner goes to the playoffs.
So you have Detroit loss, Cleveland win, and then you get to the Baltimore game, right? So they're 9-7 going into that game?
Yep, and Pittsburgh did win the first meeting. Remember that.
Yep. Yeah, they did. And so you've got Baltimore 7-7. What do you think happens this weekend? They're a 3-point favorite over New England.
Well, selfishly, I'd love them to lose and have the Bills beat Cleveland. So then the Bills and Patriots have the same record. I would love another conference loss, but that's just me being selfish.
Yeah, we're going to get into some tiebreakers. Baltimore has to go to Green Bay, too. So their schedule is not easy. Micah Parsons or not. It's going to be not. That's going to be challenging. Right now, in the look ahead, they're -1.5 for that. So we'll see. But you're right. Probably going to come down to that final game. Maybe that ends up being the Sunday Night Football game. The latest odds for the AFC North, Pittsburgh, your favorite, of course, because they're in first place and they do have the easier schedule moving forward. -135. Baltimore, +110. I don't have a strong opinion on who wins this division. I don't know. I could talk myself in either one. If I'm another team, though, I want Pittsburgh to win. If I'm in that 5 spot, that 6 spot right now, like Buffalo is, where they could end up being the 5 or even higher, but you'd rather go to Pittsburgh than go to Baltimore.
100%. You don't want to face Lamar. Even though Lamar is not healthy, he hasn't played like that MVP caliber quarterback that we're used to seeing. I'd much rather face this Pittsburgh offense. You have so many more ways to beat Pittsburgh than you do to beat Baltimore. And there's always a chance you get vintage Lamar. He's rested. I mean, we're still talking. These playoffs are another month away, give or take. So that gives him, a whole lot of weeks to get ready, to get healthy. You don't want to face Baltimore. Too many weapons there, and you got to stop Derrick Henry. It just feels like it's a much easier test to stop Pittsburgh. And as you say that, I wanted to kind of just give you the numbers. Kenny White sent me his newest NFL ratings last night. His updated rank, he's got the Ravens at a 104 and the Steelers at a 99. So on a neutral, he says Baltimore's 5 points better. You'd much rather face Pittsburgh in the playoffs.
Okay, so the 104 range, if you have it in front of you, like what other teams are at that number and what other teams are around the Pittsburgh number of 99?
So 104, he's got Baltimore, Kansas City, New England. Okay. And 99, Pittsburgh, Tampa, Houston. Houston feels a little low at 100, doesn't it?
Yeah, he feels like he's down on Houston a little bit, maybe because of the offense. That's interesting. Yeah, I think most people, Super Bowl odds, whatever numbers you want to take a look at, they do have Houston much higher, but you do want to keep in mind, I assume he makes slower increments than most of the public is going to react, and they had a very slow start to the season. So it took a little bit before people realized, oh, wait, this Houston Texans team is really strong. So as far as the NFL Monday Night Football front, you've got Pittsburgh and, according to the closing number, the push. If we go by the number when we were on the air yesterday, 42.5, it just sneaks over with those garbage time touchdowns from the Miami side. But the closing number of 43, it closes a push. They don't get that 2-point conversion at the very end. So, that's tough. That's tough for some people. Just the way things ended, it looked like it was going to be an under game throughout. If you played that side, I'd feel for those people, if anything.
And shout out to anybody who bet Darren Waller to score or Darren Waller to score twice. He was about 333 to score. 20-1 to grab 2, and he did have 2 touchdowns last night. So there was somebody somewhere that had a Darren Waller 2-touchdown bet. Congrats to you.
Yeah. Dolphins they're far away. They're far away right now, and it's not a great AFC, but the record is probably going to look somewhat respectable, and they're going to keep the head coach, and they're probably going to keep the quarterback at least one more go around, as if they don't know the answer to both of those questions. Did you see his glasses, McDaniel?
No.
Oh, dude.
No.
Brown Harry Carey. The glasses.
Hey!
That's what they were. They get more outlandish week after week. All right, we did get some NFL news. Mahomes already had the surgery. He had their surgery to repair the ACL and LCL, and of course, they're saying, like the doctors that you spoke with, the typical recovery time is 9 months. We have no idea. So that brings us to the start of next year. Will he be ready week 1, week 2? I don't know. But that's probably without doing much, without going through training camp, without having any sort of a preseason. If he returns near the start of the season, what's he going to look like? I have no idea. Is it going to be closer to the middle of the season? Who's the head coach going to be? I don't know. All fair questions.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of smoke around maybe Andy Reid calling it a career, because Andy Reid operating with Patrick Mahomes healthy is a lot different than Andy Reid operating with Gardner Minshew or whichever quarterback the Chiefs take in the draft. I saw on X a mock draft where the Chiefs take Diego Pavia in the second round, and I'm like, good luck with that. Yep. Good luck. Have fun with that and everything that comes with that. I have no idea what Andy Reid's going to do, but if there's a time to step away, this is a very easy exit ramp, is it not?
Yeah, this would be the time. You're going to move on from Kelsey. Not that he provided a ton this year. Do you need to move on from Chris Jones? Can you get some assets there? You had a ton of O-line injuries. Yes, you had some pieces. It just everything didn't come together. They were waiting. Okay, when this guy comes off suspension, when that guy gets healthy, what about when this guy gets it back? Remember last year, Kelsey, he turned it on in the playoffs at the end. Maybe he's conserving his energy, conserving everything for one more run. Like, you get none of it. You get none of it. And I know he probably doesn't want to go out like that, but he's won so much. I don't think coming back one more time, everything's going to be in place to win. So if he comes back, you'd have to think, okay, I'm going at least a few more years, or I'm going to the end of Patrick Mahomes' run when he's playing at the peak of his powers. And that's probably not going to be next year. So you would think if you return, it's probably returning for a few seasons.
Yeah. I want to spend so much more time on other teams. Like I buried Kansas City a month ago. I never thought they were good enough. I never thought they were going to make the playoffs. It's very sad that Mahomes is hurt. No doubt. You never want to see anybody get hurt. But let's not you and I, but like as a collective, let's talk more about Denver and more about New England and more about Jacksonville and more about Buffalo, Houston. Who I saw Jim Rome finally figured out that Buffalo has a nice path to the playoffs. I saw that clip this morning. So, I mean, there are so many other teams that we can talk about. The Chiefs were never making a run. As currently constructed, with no running game and no pass rush, they were never making a run. And, you know, a lot of people thought they were. They would just flick that switch on. But this team had more flaws than people realized all along.
They're buried, and there are some other teams that are choosing to be buried, and I think they are making the correct decision for the longevity of the organization. And I'm talking about Washington. See, here's where we have betting opportunities. We're going to have some awful quarterback play. We're going to have some teams that you might want to bet against, and then when the number gets too high, maybe you go on the other side. I'm referring to Washington. They make the decision to sit Jaden Daniels the rest of the season. Mariota is going to be the QB the rest of the way. So we got the Daniels news. Now for the Commanders, he's done. And I told you, I think he's going to get another shot. They're doing it one more time at least with Phillip Rivers. He's going to start Monday night against San Francisco for the Colts.
Yay. What do you
Won't be any coverage of that.
Yards?
Do you think he's going to, is there going to be a Rivers cam the entire time? Take Eli and Peyton off ESPN too. Just go to the Rivers cam.
You can't wait to bet the Rivers rushing under. I know it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. See, at home, they're a different team. That San Francisco defense, so many injuries. I'm interested to see what happens there. Joe O, Sammy P, our buddies Beef Loaf and Chorizi coming up next. Survivor experts. They're still alive. We'll talk about it here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
With you on a Tuesday morning. Thanks for hanging out. Bet Sweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. And let's talk to someone that I am referring to moving forward as one of the Survivor experts. Like, I talk a lot about it. I spend a lot of hot air on it, but I haven't won anything. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I'm just invested, kind of obsessed with it and very invested in it as well. Let's bring in from the 108 podcast. We talked about going on their show last week for Festivus. Make sure you check that out from the 108 podcast. We've got Chirizi E here. And just to set it up, last year, he won my high stakes pool, which wrapped up in week 10. That was about 46, 47K. And then I take a look in the high stakes pool this year, and we're down to a final four, which is for 55K. There's Chirizi once again, somehow there, making the final four. Chirizi, I don't know how you do it. Maybe you'll be able to provide some answers during this conversation.
I will tell you, I feel terrible though, because I went into two Circa Survivors with my brother and with Sammy, and those both lost. And it was pretty much on me to make the picks. So I lost for both of them. Mine and your big pool is still alive. So I feel a little bit bad about that. And I have to say, like, I think that, we give Sammy a lot of stuff for his picks, his Survivor picks, but when I'm looking back at the Circa pool, there's no way I could have made it through the Thanksgiving day without a Sammy type pick. Like, we absolutely, that's where we would have needed him the most. He would have given us, like, the Cowboys or something. So we really missed him. I think every team missed a Sammy P on that week.
I will accept a nickel or a dime when you bank this pool, because that's only fair, I feel like. It's been a hell of a run though, man. I mean, guys dream about making it to the final 10 or the final 20 in their Survivor pools, and you've not only won a pool, but you have a legit chance. I mean, I don't even know who the other people are, and you've got to be favored not to blow smoke
I'm in
up
big
to
trouble.
you know what.
No,
I'm in big trouble this week.
Sam, I had that same reaction, and I think I said it on the show. Like, I'm not even looking at the entries. I'm making Chirizi the favorite just because I know he won it last year, and he's one of the final four, and he's a really smart dude. And then last night, I started taking a look at everybody's entries. I'm like, oh, hold on a second. we might be in a little bit of trouble. Okay, so the biggest point spread is Houston this week, minus 14.5. 3 have Houston. Chirizi's the one that does not. Then you've got Buffalo, minus 10. Nobody has them available. You've got Detroit, minus 7. Nobody has them available. Philly, minus 6.5. 2 have them. Chirizi's not one of the 2. San Francisco, minus 6. 2 have them. Chirizi's not one of the 2. So 3, 4, the top 5 favorites this week, Chirizi doesn't have any of them. Houston, Buffalo, Detroit, Philly, and San Francisco. The biggest favorite on the board that he has, Sam, the biggest favorite available is New Orleans, minus 4 against the Jets.
You know what that means? It's time to ship a dog.
Mm-hmm. Bears.
So I'm looking. So when I'm looking at it, the one that keeps standing out to me, which I can't believe I would even 3 weeks ago, I would not have even considered this. It would have been insane. But looking at the Vikings on the road against the Giants, that might be my best option. And that game is just going to be which quarterback survives till the end. And that's going to be but I don't know. I don't see a lot of promise in any of the teams that are out there that I have access to. And I'm too much of a homer to go Bears here. Like, that would just be that would be too much for my body to even handle. Trying to watch the Bears eke that out against the Packers. I'm already going to be so invested in that, just as a Bears fan, that if I had this on top of it, I don't know what I'd do. But I know that I'm going before the 3:00 games, because if I get bounced, I'm betting the Texans at least to get my 250 back.
Oh,
have you given any thought to Baltimore at home against New England?
I don't know if I even have Baltimore left. Let me
Oh.
check.
Okay.
I mean, I'm done on Baltimore. I mean, I could go.
Are you done on KC?
I'm done on KC, but
Yeah,
I'll
of
take
course.
the Titans against Minshew. Come on.
Well, yeah.
If I had KC, I think I would probably run that way. I mean, the other ones are just so bad. Like it's the matchups of all the worst teams, all the teams that you would want to use that you'd be comfortable with going against. Like the Falcons are playing the Cardinals. The the Bucks are playing the Panthers. Like I can't make a decision on that one.
Are you even considering the Saints? I didn't hear you bring them up. Saints against the Jets. Nobody's left on that defense. Going against Brady Cook. Shuck looks fine, man.
The Saints have to be one of the two that I'm looking at. The Saints or the Vikings. My brother bets the Jets like every week, and we'll be in Vegas together. So that might just be fun to do that. So I might end up on the Saints. We'll see.
You talked about this a little bit on Festivus, not to give away your secret formula, but you do have an angle that's very important every week. You like to do a certain thing and you like to pick against a certain team. It sounds very like elementary, but I think a lot of people like me overthink Survivor. What's your number one? Like GRP talked about his 4 commandments of Survivor.
Right. Yeah. I mean, his first one's right. You got to pick winners.
Pick a winner.
So pick a winner.
What's your first one? What's your number one?
My number one is, can the opponent score? That's the thing that if you games are in the NFL are wild, so I never know what's going to happen. I don't pretend that I do. I would have won all of my Survivor pools if I did. But the one thing that you could best control for, in my opinion, is if the other team has just the inability to put points on the board, then you know that your team only has to get so many points, right? And like when a team's only putting up 14 points or 10 points a week, you know that your team just has to luck into 17, 20 points, which is not that hard in this NFL. That's when I'm looking at the Giants right now, they're having trouble doing that. I'm looking at the Jets. Obviously, the Jets are having trouble doing that. The only thing that scares me about the Jets is they somehow get like a special teams touchdown every week. So I'm like, that's where I'd be a little worried against a bad team like the Saints. But again, they're definitely in my top 2 because like I don't see that offense moving the ball at all.
With Teresa E from the 108 podcast and still alive in Survivor. So we're walking through the process with him. Here's the upside, though, Teresa, and you don't need me to tell you this, but maybe for people that don't think about it this way. While you're like, I'm in trouble. Look, I don't have any of these top favorites available. This sucks. You could ship it all this week.
That's
You're
true.
going to be on an island. True.
I'm gonna be in Vegas rooting for the Raiders. So I think I'll have at least a couple Two Tree fans around me to cheer with me if that happens. They won't probably have the same stakes on it that I will. But yeah, I'm with you there. Like I think it's and it being a later game too is interesting to me because like that gives me a lot of optionality when I'm looking at the games and going, what could I do if I do lose? What could I do?
What do you think?
If I win?
What is your thought process? You don't need to throw out dollars, but just that does that mean Houston heavy money line, or you pair it with something? What would you do?
Yeah, I might I might go out of the gates and just go whoever I'm going against that week. So if it's the Jets or the Giants, one of the Jersey teams, pair them with the Texans money line. And so if that hits, I would have lost. If it doesn't hit, I'm still in it or I've won it. So That might be the play. It'll all depend. That's Sunday. I get to Vegas on Thursday, so we'll see how much money I have left to even make this bet. So that's going to be the real key right there. We'll see how the tables treat me.
I am laughing because you said you hate picking teams that can't score, and yet here we are finding your way potentially to the Saints, who are the third lowest scoring team in the league.
That's always the problem, right? Like you get a scenario where you're like, oh, that team can't score, but they're playing the Browns. Like, and they're like, okay, well, they can't either. So what do you do in that situation? That's why, at least like with the Vikings, they've been scoring, but like I don't know how much of that is real. We've gotten like 2 weeks of it.
So,
well, you get the Vikings defense against Dart, though. That's exciting because Dart, at some point in that game, Dart's going to have the ability to walk out of bounds, but he's going to run back into the middle and take on a linebacker head on. Like, that will happen in that game.
And there's 400 doctors on the sideline just waiting to examine Dart. Like, he gets examined every 5 seconds. So, like, there's a good chance I'm getting a Russell Wilson series at least. So there's that to it. So I do like that side of it. It'll be I'm going to try and make this decision, though, before I leave on Thursday. So the pick will be in. I'll let you guys know who it is when I get it.
Okay. I mean, you're going to be on your own no matter what. You mentioned
I'm not afraid to tell them because like they're all going to take the Texans.
It doesn't matter. Yeah. You mentioned Circa Survivor, and now we're down to the final 10. And of course, like you hinted at it, I figured it was the case. Like if you're still alive in any pool, you're like, oh, why didn't I use these picks in Circa? Why didn't I use these picks in Circa? You mentioned your thought process about teams that can score and teams that can't score. Is there anything else that you look back and you realize this is how you landed on things? Was there a time where this was like, as far as rankings of your picks, the third most important one, and you just happen to get lucky? Do you always try to avoid the chalk? Is there anything else that you would throw out there?
Yeah, I mean, I think the things that I also look for is if you want a good defense in general, right? To pair with that, and then you want a good. I like to see a good running game. Like if there's a good running game, because you could at least grind it out against a bad team if you've got a good running game. I think where one of the ones where I got really lucky in this was in Circa, so Sammy was sweating this one with us, was that Cowboys against the Giants game where it took Aubrey like kicking 800-yard field goals to get to the win. And I was actually at a big Bears watch party, and they switched over to that game. So I'm like surrounded by like 50 people who have no idea the stakes that are on a Circa Survivor pool, and I'm just sweating it out. Like I am just in peril. And everybody's like, well, it's just a Survivor pool. I'm like, oh
No,
man, you guys
I
don't
get
know. You don't know.
Life-changing. Bears win or lose against the Packers in the rematch?
Man, I got to go win. Just and it's partially Homer, but it's also like the thing watching them against the Browns that scared me the most going into the Packers game, to be totally honest, is how many deep balls right down the middle where they were giving up. And some of the deep balls, like Shedeur just overthrew his guys. Some of them he hit. Like that with Christian Watson is very scary to me. A banged up Christian Watson or possibly not playing Christian Watson helps the Bears tremendously. I don't think it helps it as much as Micah Parsons not being there, but it helps. So I think with a combination of those few things, Musgrave's starting to show that he's Musgrave and not Kraft, as he was like earlier in the year, and it sounds like the Bears are getting a little healthier. I know I'm going to be all in on that game. We're going to be going crazy and wherever we're watching it. Bunch of Bears fans together out there, so I'm all in on that one. We'll see how it goes.
Maybe the Bears will learn and decide not to blitz Love as much, because he will destroy them. He will carve their ass up like he did last time. It's down to 1.5. Who knows? Maybe they end up closing the favorite. Teresi from the 108 podcast. Make sure you check the boys out over on X. Teresi, best of luck this weekend. Maybe it's all a wrap. Go Raiders.
Thank you guys for having us. And I just want to say I've loved this show. I can't wait to see what's next for you guys. I really appreciate what you guys do, and I think it's it's one of these shows where I I tend to learn things or like think about things differently after watching it, and I just really appreciate that from you guys.
Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
man.
Stay tuned the rest of the show then. Maybe we'll mention something.
Will do.
That'll make you happy. All right. On the other side, let's talk some college football playoffs. We hit the exacta last year. We told you Ohio State over Notre Dame. Is there an exacta we like this season? Is it going to be as wide open as it was a year ago? We're going to talk about that on the other side. Michael Felder, top of the hour. This is Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Top of the hour, Michael Felder will be here. A lot of college football coming your way because we're going to talk some CFP ourselves right now. We'll have an announcement about the two of us coming up next hour on the show. Don't go anywhere. Set your alarms. We'll be doing that next hour here on Bet Sweats. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you. So we've talked about these CFP games, but we really haven't talked big picture. We haven't gone into futures, even though we were lucky enough to tell people to bet an exacta that we did not bet ourselves last year at 20-1, and that was Ohio State over Notre Dame. It was a clear path, and you had some larger seats. Now, they weren't that far down on the board because a lot of talent on those teams, but it was set up very differently. Like you had 3 and 4 seeds that weren't very good, that should not have been there, and that was part of the process, picking those teams off. Sam, big picture-wise, I know we each have our angles and we could talk through it, but, first reaction when I look at the title odds and then you're looking at how this lays out here, it does feel like it's a little more difficult to find value. Would you agree with that?
Yes, because you don't get an Ohio State team as an 8 seed. That's why.
Yep.
That's why it's a little bit more challenging. And look, we're not exactly looking for numbers and going backwards. I'm looking for teams that I like and I believe have decent paths to get to the title game. And obviously we'll get into it here, but the first bet that I would make, FanDuel is the only book that has these up, by the way. BetMGM does not have them. DraftKings does not have them. But FanDuel, if you go to the National Championship tab and click that tab, they have an FBS Championship exacta, which is Team A over Team B. And the first bet that I would make is 20-1. So that's where I'm living right now. And obviously we'll explain why we're feeling the way we feel. But last year we looked at the bracket, and this is when Carson Beck hurt his elbow. And we looked at Notre Dame. Well, they're probably going to beat Indiana. And then they'll take on a Georgia team without Beck. And then they'll take on a Penn State team that has so many flaws. And, oh, by the way, has James Franklin. So we looked at the path more than anything. It wasn't really a power rating conversation. It was a path conversation. And we love that Notre Dame path. And we were one of the first people in the country to tell you that Ohio State was going to go on a run. Other people watched a couple of playoff games and said, oh, Ohio State's good, and then jumped on. And that's fine. I mean, that's how sports goes. I mean, it's happened with UConn in the last few years. People watch UConn in the, Sweet 16, Elite 8. Oh, they're going to win the title. Well, no kidding. It's easy to pinpoint a champion when the field whittles down. The goal here, though, is to find two teams that can make a run and do it before the playoff starts, which, of course, is on Friday.
Okay, so if we're working our way towards the center of the bracket here, the obvious question, just jump to the quarters, and, we could see some hypothetical point spreads on those available at the Blue Book as well. Oregon, Texas Tech, that's obvious. Ole Miss, Georgia, that's an obvious matchup. Do we think it will be Indiana, Oklahoma, and Ohio State, Miami? Not only getting the points, but maybe win outright. Are we on the same page there where the 8 is going to be Oklahoma, Indiana, Miami, Ohio State across the top there, and then Oregon, Texas Tech, and then Georgia going up against, that would be Ole Miss, yeah.
I don't like the winner of Oklahoma-Bama to win another game. So, yeah,
right.
I'm kind of ruling that side out. But I also I think Indiana is a very good team, but I don't know about them making a run. I just don't. And there's another bet that you can make at a lot of books. You get Indiana, Ohio State against the field. The field was minus 110 when this market opened. The field is now minus 125. I think the field is still a good bet. Not as good as it was, at minus 110, but I'm not taking the Big Ten to win the title at minus 190 And I'm not taking those guys. I'm not taking Indiana, Ohio State against the field. So that would maybe kind of open up, the possibilities that I'm looking for. To me, on top, I agree with what you're saying about the early games, but I'm not even looking at the early games. I'm basically on top. I have to pick between Oregon and Texas Tech because again, I'm shorting Indiana. So all right, pick your fighter. And then on the bottom, I'm between Georgia and Ohio State. That's just where I'm at. Like, I like Ole Miss. I don't love Ole Miss. And their defense is a problem, especially against the run, which is what Georgia's going to do to them all game. So let's just put Georgia in the semis. And then you got Ohio State and Miami, or Ohio State and Texas Tech. But correct me if I'm wrong. You and I are not exactly high on Texas A&M and Miami. They're good teams, but they're not great. So I'm sort of already fast forwarding to an Ohio State, Georgia, and a Texas Tech, Oregon
Indiana
conversation. Well, but I mean, like, those are my four
right.
teams. I'm putting Indiana on the outside because I don't love their price, and I think they can be beaten. They've been winning a lot of close games, right? The Penn State game, the Ohio State game. Like, I like Indiana, and I don't want to say that they're overrated or whatever, but the four teams that are in my frontal lobe are Tech, Oregon, Georgia, and Ohio State. So now I have to navigate that and find only two of those four.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, Indiana's going to the Final Four, but they're going to lose to the 4 or the 5. Like, if you're taking a stand, that's where you're at. Okay, it's the 4 or the 5. You've bet Texas Tech. We've talked about that, but which team are they going to lose to? Is it going to be Texas Tech, or is it going to be Oregon in that one? So, I mean, that's not a knock on Indiana at all. I was looking at the exact same thing. And Ohio State, right, like what you said about the Oklahoma-Bama winner losing after their first win, it's the same thing for Miami, Texas A&M. Okay, they'll advance, and then they're going to end up losing to Ohio State. This hypothetical line says if it's Miami, we're talking about a 9.5-point spread. Obviously shorter, probably inside of a touchdown if it ends up being Texas A&M due to the respect that they have. But like, that's kind of why I started where we were. So if we're talking the Final Four, the semis, we're talking about the top 5 seeds.
Yeah, that's
right?
where I'm at this year.
Yeah.
I don't care what happened last year. I know that might not be what people want to hear, but I don't care that all the top 4 seeds lost in the first game. I don't care. Last year's over.
Mm-hmm. Yep, exactly. Yeah, and it's just kind of figuring things out with these matchups that we have here. Okay, Texas Tech, Oregon, the number, let's say we get this matchup, the number is going to be close to a coin toss, maybe 1.5, something like that. What's the challenge here in making that decision between Texas Tech and Oregon? Because I think that really decides a lot of things.
It does. I just like Texas Tech across the board a little bit more. You're right. I have them 1 point better than Oregon, just one. So we're talking about potentially a pick 'em game, and I know the way that wise guys bet, they like Oregon. So maybe Oregon takes a little money +1, pick 'em, closes -1. Either way, it's going to be a very small number, whatever it is. But I think offense, defense, special teams, Tech is better. Barely, obviously, like not by a grand margin. I trust Tech a little bit more. I think they have more playmakers on defense. I trust their special teams a little bit more. And, it is funny. On Bear Bets, before the season started, we were talking about teams to win the title. And Jeff Schwartz, who's like the most honest Oregon guy I know, says, we're not good enough to win the title this year. Mm-hmm. He said that on Bear Bets. So that's been sort of in the back of my brain all season, that they're playing with house money. Now, if you ask him today, he might have Oregon winning the whole thing. But, people can change their minds, of course. I like Tech a little more. So I've already told you, too, I have Tech to win the whole thing at 12-1. So I'm already in on Tech. I've got Tech as one of my teams. I'm still trying to figure out the bottom.
Yeah, for sure. And, Indiana, Oregon played this year. And that game's 20-20 in the fourth quarter. That was a tied game. And then Indiana gets the last 2 scores in the final 6 minutes of the game. But Oregon was hanging right there with them. That was not the case a year ago in the playoff. They got smoked to Ohio State. I'm not expecting to see a repeat of that in this year's playoff. They're going to lay it on JMU. And then the question is, can they get past Texas Tech? The winner of that game, we're obviously hinting at, okay, they're going to represent that side that has Indiana in the championship. And the question is Ohio State, Georgia. It feels like that's what we're most confident in, that it's going to be the 2 and the 3 facing off in the semis.
Yeah, and I like Kirby against Day. I do. I know that Ohio State won the title last year, but you had an upper-class quarterback in Will Howard. The offense was a lot better. Chip Kelly was calling a great game. I don't like Ohio State as much this year. Defensively, they're solid, but Gunner can beat them. So, I mean, we have less than a minute left to go here in this segment.
Yep.
My bet would be I would probably split a unit on Texas Tech to beat Georgia at 20-1, and then Georgia to beat Texas Tech at 17-1. That way you have both. You have equity in both matchups, or both exactas for that matter. I would hate to say Tech to beat Georgia and then Georgia beats Tech. So I would cover my tracks and bet them both. One of them is 17-1. The other one is 20-1.
Okay. So I would reverse it, and I would split it with Georgia over Oregon and Georgia over Tech.
So we both like Georgia.
Yes. And Gracie Moon does too.
Gracie. And
Remember?
Paul Aspen.
And Paul's not here today. He got a bet down on Georgia. But yeah, given the path and everything and how we feel about these teams, people want that Indiana-Ohio State rematch. We're saying it's not happening.
Nope. And I would highly consider making a bet on the field against Ohio State, Indiana, minus 125.
It's good. Yeah, that's interesting. That's an interesting bet for them to put it out there. People think that strongly of Indiana, Ohio State, your number 1 and your number 2. Joe O, Sammy P. Let's talk more college. Michael Felder's next, our buddy here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, we'll continue the college football conversation coming up in a few. Our guy Michael Felder will be dropping by. We'll start to dive into these first-round matchups, one on Friday and then 3 coming up on Saturday. We'll bring in Felder in just a moment. Actually, he's here now, so let's do that. Joe O, Sammy P, this is Bet Sweats, our guy Michael Felder at In the Bleachers. Over on X, over on Twitter, subscribe to his Substack. Michael, how you doing, man? We're almost there.
I'm doing well, man. I mean, I'm gearing up for the holiday season. How about you guys?
Well,
yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, the final countdown. Yeah.
I know.
So,
no, I'll say my wife will never listen to this.
Oh,
I hate Christmas.
Go on.
I hate Christmas. I think I have ruined Christmas multiple times. There was one time where I did a really good job, and then I said, this is a holiday for idiots. And so it's not good. Like, I'm not, like, when I say
what
I hate
annoys
Christmas,
you the most? What annoys, what, like, can you not deal with? You can't wait till it's over.
I had to have 3 phone calls yesterday to coordinate between my mom, my dad, and my sister-in-law of how many places I have to be.
Yep.
Between the 24th, 25th, 26th. Oh, and I had to also text my aunt who's going to be here on the 26th. And are you coming to my house for dinner? Are we doing this for dinner? While I'm still trying to put together a play date for the 21st, which, by the way, I know the 19th and the 20th, no dice. No dice. I got to work those days. But I'm trying to put all this stuff together, and it's like everyone else is like, it's so fun, right? And I'm like, no, it's not fun. It's not fun.
To your point,
yeah.
To your point, I'm home. I get back on the 20th after driving from Boston to Chicago. And I'm looking at my calendar now. I'm cooked 23, 4, 5, 6, and 7, bro. All Christmas, different families. Yeah. Somebody had to push Hanukkah to the 27th. So I'm accounted for 5 straight days.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. Dude, it makes you feel insane. It makes you feel crazy.
Done.
And it's like
I'm done with that.
I've got it. My brother does Christmas Eve with his in-laws. Got it. No problem. We do Christmas Eve solo. Just the 3 of us. Because I have to still put together I have a 7-year-old, so I have to still put together put together toys and make sure that Christmas looks good when she wakes up.
That's
right?
the worst. That's the
Santa's
worst.
coming. Santa's coming. I understand that. Yeah.
I like the wrap. No, Santa not coming, dog. Dad is coming. Dad is here. Don't
give him the credit. Why is he getting the credit?
He's not getting the credit. He don't get no credit in my household. Dad gets the dad. Hey,
doesn't exist.
Dad bought this. Dad got that. This is from Dad.
Yes.
This is from Dad.
I agree.
This is from your aunt. This is from who? But this is all they come from somebody. Because Santa, our chimney don't even work. So no.
I used to have a buddy I grew up with. He goes, Santa don't come to the hood, cuh. And I was like, stop right now.
Yes.
I was like,
I'm telling you, dog. Look, yo, these presents come from somewhere, and the somewhere is from doing shows and working.
Yeah. Yep.
But no, but we do that on Christmas Eve. They do that. because I'm not a matching pajamas guy either. Are you guys matching pajamas guys?
No.
What do you think?
Get
Thank
out of
you.
here.
Thank you.
Absolutely
No, I'm
not.
saying thank you. I'm
He
not
saw-
either. I'm not doing.
He saw
I'm
two
not
white guys.
matching
He's like,
pajamas.
"Oh, I bet you they match pajamas. Let me ask him."
Yep, 100%.
Hey,
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not doing match. I'm not doing holding hand photos or matching pajamas. We're not doing that. That's not happening.
Get out of here.
No.
But
Not
no,
even
then
photos,
Christmas
period.
Day, we have Christmas Day at home. And then Christmas brunch we do at my sister-in-law's house where I got to drive 45 minutes to get there. But, that is what it is. That means 45 minutes back to get to my house. And then I make dinner. But I will say this. Oh, I got this full ribeye, a full one, 10 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm most excited about. A full
So-
ribeye. Let's go.
Joe, I'm looking at the rundown today, and I'm already trying to see if Michael can stick with us on his last ever hit for another segment. Do you have the time?
I got some
Michael?
time. I got time.
Okay.
Because I want to get through this.
Yeah, I don't want to change this. I'm enjoying the hell out of this, but we're already halfway
I got
through.
time.
We
I got
haven't
time. I can do
mentioned-
another segment. So
We
Christmas
haven't
Day.
mentioned one football game yet.
Christmas Day, I get there. Okay, my brother. So we stick to this. We do one thing you need, one thing to read, one thing to wear, and there's some like one thing you want or something. And so my daughter gets 4 gifts every year, and then she gets gifts from like the extended family. But that's it. We're done. And I'll tell you what, the wrapping paper never hits the floor because your boy is so on top of it. Boom, 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 boom. I'm putting wrapping paper in the bag. I'm putting it in the garbage. I got the big contractor bag. Yes, we're done. I'm trying to get out of there. I don't like this. You get gifts every day. She gets a gift. Every week she gets a gift.
I know.
Wait, what is this for? That's special. Just get more stuff that I got to have in my house. So we do that. Then we got to go. But my niece and nephew, oh, buddy, it's gargantuan. I mean, they get like 30 presents. And I'm like, what are we doing? And then you got to watch them open it and pretend like you care. And I'm like, I don't care about this.
30 times.
Yeah. 60 times. Because each one of them gets like 30 presents. And then I got to drive back home. All I want to do is open up the eggnog, get the eggnog, have some whiskey, cook, and just like be done. Put my kid in the downstairs in the basement. You can watch Home Alone 2 even. Go crazy.
Back to New York.
I'm going to make dinner. We have dinner and we're done. But then we also have to have either my dad or my mom. I don't know which. They can't come at the same time because they're divorced. So one of them is going to come over and you got to do that. Then the next day, the other one's going to come. You got to do the next day. And I'm like, this should be over. So we got 24. 24 is easy. Oh, by the way, also my wedding anniversary is on the 23rd of December. So I have to.
Oh my God. Forget
Oh,
that.
yes. So the 23rd, and my wife wants to take our daughter to our wedding anniversary. We had our reception at Ruth's Chris. We had a very small wedding, so we went to Ruth's Chris.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to go. I'm taking a 7-year-old to Ruth's Chris on the 23rd. Yes, I thank you, Joe, for that laugh. I'm gonna have to pay for $25 chicken tenders.
Yes.
Ridiculous. So we got to go to Ruth's, and we have the 24th getting Christmas fully set up. 25th, going to my brother's, and then my mom or dad, I don't know, they're going to figure it out. 26th, my aunt is going to come over for dinner because my brother has to go to his best friend's birthday party. And even though my aunt's staying with him, she can't apparently go to the birthday party because there's going to be too much drinking. And I'm like, this is what what's going to happen at my house on the 26th? Drinking. And then 27th.
Your Christmas is like the A&M LSU game, 7 overtimes. It never ends.
Yeah, dude. So that's what we're doing. But how much time do we have left in this segment? Because I'm staying.
5 minutes.
Okay.
5.
If we're looking at these guys, if we're looking at these games, I was talking to Roddy Jones, and Roddy said that he thinks Miami is the most dangerous team in the playoff. Do you guys agree with that?
I bet them in the first game. I don't know about more than that. We're Georgia guys, Joe and I, so that's a different step up in competition. But I did, when they opened the lines up, it was 5.5, and then it went to 4.5, and now it's 3.5. So there's been a steady support in Vegas on the Canes game 1.
Yeah, I think game 1 is interesting. I still think Ohio State is going to smoke whoever wins this game. But I do think Miami has an opportunity. Roddy talked me into it. I like Texas A&M because A&M's grimy, dude. Like they're dirt dogs. Like they fight you. And if A&M can drag Miami down into the trenches with them, I think A&M's going to win that football game, which is why they're a higher seed, obviously. But if Miami can stay clean and Carson Beck can stay clean in that pocket, I think they've got a great opportunity. Tulane, Ole Miss. I honestly, are you guys staying away from that game?
I did.
Okay, because I don't know what to expect from Ole Miss at all.
It's got to be like when you think about that situation, and I know as far as the odds makers, they're a little more comfortable. Same thing with the committee, understanding the offensive coaches are going to be there. But inside that actual situation, now the guy who's the head coach, and you're bringing people back that abandoned ship that just kind of left you by the wayside, to a lot of people, oh, cool, the offense will be fine because we have familiar faces, same play callers and all that. But what's the real within that drama?
Right. And I think, and maybe I'm getting finessed, if you will. But Sumrall, the way that he talks, the fact that he's giving money back to Tulane, he's funding a huge portion of their NIL for the future. And he keeps calling New Orleans home, and we are New Orleans, and we want to be here, and we want that, even though I'm taking this other job. It's so incredibly divergent from Lane Kiffin just leaving. And I think Tulane, they're going to wrestle you. Again, we talked about it with A&M, but I think Tulane's going to try to wrestle them down to the ground. Ole Miss's defense, they've been a sieve the whole season.
No doubt.
You can get it on them. And so if they can wrestle your offense down to the ground and still score, Tulane's got an opportunity. If I was going to pick one upset, I'd probably pick Tulane as an upset out of this weekend.
Hold on. Quick follow-up then. So, and we have a minute left with you in this segment. We'll bring you back for another segment.
Yeah.
Always appreciate you being courteous with your time. You're saying take the 17.5 with Tulane?
I would, yeah, absolutely. Just from a number standpoint, I'd do that. I honestly, I think Tulane can win this football
game. Man.
I could be completely wrong, but I think Tulane can win this football game because they have their coach, they have their coaching staff, they have a sense of purpose. They're walking out. One team is walking out there knowing that someone walked out on them. The other team's walking out there knowing that this coach had to take this job because he will never get another opportunity like this, and we helped him get there. And I think those are two completely different mindsets. And so we want to play for this coach as long as we can.
All right, we'll continue the conversation on the other side. We need to get to Alabama, Oklahoma, the Oregon game, and then big picture-wise as teams start to get eliminated, who's going to be left standing at the very end. And by the way, got bowl games going on. You have a bowl game tonight? Got a bowl game just about every day. So we'll keep the conversation rolling on college football. Michael Felder is with us, and he sticks with us. Joe O, Sammy P. This is Bet Sweats with you on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. To Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Our guy Michael Felder, kind enough to hang out at In the Bleachers over on X. And Michael, we hit on Texas A&M, Miami, Tulane, Ole Miss. You're thinking, okay, hey, don't just advance Ole Miss out of habit after looking at that 17.5-point spread. And let's go to the other side. We've got Oregon, JMU, and let's talk more about Oklahoma, Alabama. In our world, with the point spread, those first few days, like it seemed like it took a little time for it to settle, but it's finally settled in. Alabama as a 1-point favorite on the road at Oklahoma. A lot of that because, they nearly doubled them in total yardage in that game. That was a turnover game when they played about a month ago. Oklahoma ends up winning. Maybe people are saying, I don't think they should have won that game, but they did. What do you think about Alabama, Oklahoma, low total, the lowest of the 4 games at 40.5?
So we're gonna get a healthier material, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is better than what we've seen over the course of, because he's had some time to rest. But I think I lean Alabama. And what's the number you said? 1.5?
It's Alabama -1.5. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Alabama is going to cover that. I think this is a field goal game, so we're looking at 3 versus 1.5. The thing for me with Alabama is I think Ty Simpson did not look like himself to finish the season, but that's when we kind of alluded to it. We talked about it kind of during the break, but I think that's a Georgia problem. Like their defense has come alive, and so I think I like Oklahoma's defense. I do. I don't think that they bring the same smoke that I like Oklahoma's defense. I don't think they bring the same smoke that Georgia does. And so they are very sound. They are battle tested. They know what they're doing. But at the end of the day, I am absolutely running with Alabama in this one. Now, Alabama, Indiana, whew, that's spicy for me. We just saw Mendoza win the Heisman, so we'll see what that looks like. I do think Oregon, what's the number on Oregon, James Madison?
22.
Ooh. I think Oregon feels super disrespected, and I do think that's a big number to cover. No, you know what? I'm flipping it back on you guys. Sammy P, what do we got? Do you think Oregon covers the 22?
Let me just put it this way. The guy that is the best at what he does, he laid 20.5 and 21 on Oregon.
Okay.
So
Joe?
He ain't afraid of laying the hammer. Yeah, he's not afraid.
Ducks. Yeah. Ducks
Yeah.
roll.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just think
after getting embarrassed last year, yeah.
I think they find ways to score is the thing with JMU, and that's why the number gives me a little bit of pause. But Oregon, obviously, I think Oregon does go into that next round against Texas Tech. Texas Tech can score with the best of them. And so that's an interesting game for me.
Did you see how big JMU's biggest D lineman is?
No.
6'2", 270.
Oh, no.
I mean, it's just bad. It's a bad matchup. Schwartz is watching
film
the other day. We're at the studio in New York, and he's watching film, and he's like, I'm ready to play.
Yeah, like styles make fights, and you guys have talked me into it. Go Oregon. Oregon in the number. Obviously, Oregon straight up, but Oregon in the number.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have huge humans, can't do anything with it, which is why the Oregon-Texas Tech matchup, if we get that in the second round, is interesting because Texas Tech has some big dudes, but they also have a really good, I like the middle of their defense, of Texas Tech's defense, the Roberts and the rest of the dudes. They get after it. I think if Alabama takes care of business, Alabama, Indiana, In Indiana defense, it's kind of like those no-name defenses that people don't talk like. And everyone we're so focused on Mendoza, but Indiana's defense is the reason why they can win games 16-13. It's not because of their offense, because their defense. And we got to give them credit for that. I think Georgia, Roddy said Miami's scariest team in the playoff. I think Georgia's the most terrifying team. I think if you had to put a list of teams out in this 12-team playoff, I think number one on that list of teams I hope we don't play is Georgia. They are
so
maniacal.
we did like pick the final, and Joe ended up with Georgia and Oregon. I ended up with Georgia and Texas Tech. So we both have Georgia in the final.
I like the Georgia Texas Tech pick because everybody thinks about Texas Tech and they think about they're a soft team, right? They spread you out and get this, but Joey McGuire is not that. He's a different player. He's a different coach. He's not right. He's not Mike Leach. He's not that coach. He's a coach that understands games are won in the trenches. Games are won by beating up the other team and making the other team want to stop playing against you. We saw him do it to BYU twice. So I like that. I like that pick. I think Georgia is going to go ahead and take care of business against whoever wins Tulane Ole Miss. And then we have Ohio State. And Ohio State, I have a hard time trusting Ryan Day. I know they won a national championship. I just have a hard time trusting him. And so we'll go from there. I mean, this is a man that dyes his beard. So you like what? You see my beard, right?
The first
This
reason
is what a
you
beard
give
looks like.
on why you don't trust him is he dyes his beard. That's the first reason.
I'm just saying, dude. Like that's all I'm saying. So, but if we get a Georgia Texas Tech, I think that's a great ball game. And listening to Georgia players, former and current, talk about Gunner and the difference between him and Carson Beck makes me believe even more. They put Gunner in the same class as obviously Jake Fromm, but also Matt Stafford. Not from a talent standpoint, Stafford, obviously the biggest arm, one of the biggest arms we've ever seen, but they put him in the world of he's one of us. And I think Mendoza played against Alabama. Mendoza also has that one of us type element where he was a guy that Mendoza realized, oh, these guys go out and practice real football. I just play quarterback. So when I get hit, 4-5 times a game, I don't get to complain about that because these guys get hit every play. And Gunnar Stockton, I will never forget this moment in the game against Texas, the SEC championship game, when he got chin checked, helmet pops off, and he said, "Give me my effing helmet," and just was like, put his bucket back on and was ready to go. I'm like, that resonates. If a quarterback, let me be very clear and very specific. If a white quarterback who does come from some level of privilege can resonate with black defensive linemen, cornerbacks, white and black offensive linemen, if you can resonate with those guys, then that's a football team. Like we've all seen, remember the Titans, right? Strong side, left side, strong side. Like if you can get that vibe going from a quarterback position, you can make it happen. And I think Georgia has that vibe. And their defense in the last 4 games has been phenomenal and will continue to be phenomenal. And again, somebody give me a direct feed injected into my veins of Kirby Smart. Whatever he's going to say in this second round game, whatever he's going to say at this Sugar Bowl, give it to me because he's going to go off. And I love the fact that Kirby Smart, Dan Lanning does it as well, but Kirby Smart goes off.
With Michael Felder here at In the Bleachers over on X. Joe O, Sammy P. This is Bet Sweat. So don't trust Day, but they have the talent. They're probably going to be there in the semis going against Georgia, who you like a whole bunch. We talked about that Texas Tech Oregon game. And then there's one other team we really haven't talked a whole lot about. Indiana. How is the story written on the Indiana Hoosiers this year?
I mean, they've already gone farther than they've ever gone, right? Like this is they're in on multiple levels. They're in rarefied air. Being in the playoff, one, but also being in the playoff again, but also a Heisman Trophy winner. I think their defense is good enough. I mean, if they play Texas Tech, I think that's a very interesting matchup. But you have to summit this mountain. So, like, you guys, I'm sure, we know Mount Everest is the highest mountain. Mount Everest is winning the national championship. Beating Alabama or Oklahoma, that's still climbing what, K2? Like, you're still up there. And so to do that for an Indiana program that has really been they've languished for a long time. Like, realistically, if we're talking about Indiana, what are we talking about? Antoine Randall? Is that right? Like, what do we?
Yeah.
Like it's meh, as the kids would say. It's meh. It's mid. So if they beat these, I would call them blue bloods, both Alabama and Oklahoma. I would call them both blue. God, that's hard to say. Blue bloods. And so I would call them both that. If you beat one of those programs, okay. You already beat Penn State this year. Amazing. Never happens. And then if you end up in the Peach Bowl, taking on whether it's Oregon or Texas Tech, you end up in the Peach Bowl, you just keep climbing higher, and then you go from, K2 to now all of a sudden we've got an opportunity to summit Everest. And Kurt Cignetti, I love his focus and the way that he operates. Like, do we know any numbers on what Indiana would be? Would they be a favorite against Alabama or Oklahoma?
Yes.
Oh,
yes. Yeah. I get you a number.
Favorite.
Hold on. Give me 1 second. Indiana,
Okay, no
Bama,
problem.
we're talking like 7 or 8.
Okay. Awesome. So do your job. Do your job. And keep going. And I think if we have a semifinal in the Peach Bowl, which, by the way, I'd probably flip those games if it was up to me. I'd go, if it was Indiana, Texas Tech, let's play that at the Fiesta Bowl. Do we have a second to talk about that? Because put Georgia in the Peach Bowl, not in the Fiesta Bowl, right? Like, why? Why? If it's Indiana, Texas Tech in the Peach Bowl, that feels to me, as someone who grew up on the Peach Bowl, I remember Jeff Blake from ECU in the Peach Bowl. Like, put Georgia in the Peach Bowl against whoever, and you're going to feel way better about that Peach Bowl. Oh, by the way, also, I do feel bad for these kids. They don't get the same Peach Bowl experience that, like, my teammates got, because I went to college in 2003, but in 2001, let me tell you something. When UNC was in the Peach Bowl, Julius Peppers, let's go. They had a 24-hour hospitality room that was just Chick-fil-A sandwiches and nuggets and fresh fries, fresh waffle fries. That was the hospitality room that you could just go to at any hour of the day and just go and grab you some nugs, go get a sandwich. You could get like 4 sandwiches, bring them back to your hotel room. But these guys are on a business trip now, so they got to watch their diet. It's not the same. But no, if you put Georgia in the Peach Bowl, but it doesn't matter. Like, I understand
It's all the same. It's all going. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not the same because you're not getting them that Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, they got shakes in there too.
I don't know if they had. See, I don't. You know what? I'll send a text to a friend. I need to see if they had shakes too.
Okay.
They probably had the good ice. They probably had the. But I will say this: they probably had the good ice. Chick-fil-A,
Yes.
top ice in the game.
Yep.
Elite
There's no
ice.
doubt about that. No doubt. Michael Felder at In the Bleachers on X. Michael, where can people find all your stuff?
Tar Heel 24/7, where I do stuff for UNC, and then obviously it's felder.substack.com, and then on X. If you want to follow me on Instagram, you can. It's Felder. Mostly that's like family stuff, kid stuff, and like just
food.
Also a lot of complaining. Yeah, food. Yes.
We heard the complaining earlier on. If you missed any of it.
Oh, don't worry. We're having shrimp tacos tonight, though, guys.
All right. Good deal. Thank you so much for always being available for the show. Appreciate it, and we'll talk sometime soon. Joe O, Sammy P, keep it here. Got an announcement about what we'll be doing this week right here. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Appreciate Michael Felder hanging out with us for an extended period of time, just kind of meandering through his brain. It all comes out, whatever pops in. And it started with why he hates Christmas, and he went out for 10 minutes, and we enjoyed every second of it. I hope you did as well. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich, this is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. Final week of the show. We'll keep you updated throughout the week as stuff happens. And I see there are other people making their announcements as part of the Infinity Sports Network. A lot of talented people that are going to be unemployed in a short number of days. It's an unfortunate part of the business. This is the direction they decided to go as far as it pertains to us with Bet Sweats. But the thing is, we're here in not the middle. It's obviously the latter half, but there's 2 more months left in the football season. The college football playoff hasn't even started, right? Our time is coming to an end before one college football playoff game gets going. And so we don't plan on just going away and let's collect our unemployment checks for as long as we can and doing absolutely nothing. Because if you do plan on doing that, you probably are going to be leaving the business because you're not striking while the iron is hot. So if they don't want our content, Sam, we figured we've got to provide the content somewhere else. And guess what? There's no chains. If we don't have bosses, we don't have to worry about being muzzled or saying this and not saying this or offending this person in a certain way.
Who says you can't go home? Who says you can't put back together what you started in August of 2016? Why not? Would you like to shed a little light here?
Yeah. The original version of Chicken Dinner is coming back, and we'll have content on that feed this week. We informed some of you, for those that caught the segment or listened via podcast, that even though we were told we would get the podcast feed of Bet Sweats, that is not happening. So we ask you to subscribe to Chicken Dinner. And Sam just tweeted out the link to the iTunes. It's also on Spotify as well. So please subscribe to Chicken Dinner. We will have content for you this week. We'll talk about whatever's on our mind, but a lot of it's going to be, of course, NFL, college football, the upcoming number of weeks, and we'll get into college hoops as well. There's a game tonight we can get into if we have time. But a lot of our regular guests, some of our segments, a lot of fun that we plan on doing. So I'm looking forward to it, Sam. You mentioned who says you can't go home. It's right. I was looking at the tab. There's a Chicken Dinner tab on my email, and I went to go on there, go to the very bottom. 8/31/16 is the audio of our very first episode. I'd have to find it there because thankfully I think you deleted all the episodes on the podcast feed.
No, that's not what happened. When I went from Libsyn to Transistor, some of the old episodes got lost in the wash. Although, to be perfectly honest, I'm content with that because some of those early episodes were definitely out there, especially the episode when Shay and Irving and I drank a bottle of vodka during the show. I'm glad that one is no longer available for anybody to consume. But it came down to a very simple question. I had to ask Joe, like, are you trying to keep doing this? And Joe said, yeah. And it would have been much easier for us to just take the feed and move that over, but that feed will be turned into something else. That's how it goes. So it's their property. That's the way the cookie crumbled on that one. But we do have a feed that we started together in 2016. And I had to ask Joe, like, what do you want to do with the name? Because I'm down to change the name. I don't personally care to keep it that much. And Joe said, why change it? It's already a brand. People already know it. People already follow and subscribe and listen. So that's the move.
Yeah, they did. I don't even know if this is still the case at this point. They did say that we could take the name Bet Sweats. We just can't take any of the subscribers that we've worked on building over the last 5 to 6 years. here, even though at one point they did say that we could. That quickly changed when other people get involved. That's the way it is. They didn't want us. They didn't want you as our listeners of the new network, but then they did at the end. Then they changed mind, but they just want different people hosting. Well, that doesn't make sense because they're subscribed for us, for the show that we're providing for the content. And so that's where the content is going to live moving forward. So you might want to make an adjustment, maybe end of the week, if you want to unsubscribe to this show and then subscribe to that one. If you already are, awesome. I already see some tweets rolling in like, hey, I'm already subscribed. Okay, cool. Perfect. Then just pay attention to that feed because that's where our content's going to be moving forward. But, at the very end, we were just trying to get some subscribers going. And, typically for those that don't know, you do a chicken dinner episode once a week. It's going to be more than once a week. We're not saying 3 hours a day. It's not going to be that. And I think that's actually a good thing. Like, it ends up being a lot when we're trying to put together 3 hours of content. We can really trim a lot of the fat and give the people what I think they're really looking for.
Yeah, I've really liked to do the live show because of the interactivity on those live shows on X. But the problem is when you have, and I've had some shows where there have been 3,000-4,000 people watching live, which is a relatively high number. Those live viewers don't count for YouTube views. Mm-hmm. So it's sort of changed the way that I've thought about, the next version of Chicken Dinner. I think it's an audio video play, hour, 90 minutes a pop, a couple times a week. And then you release the shows on audio and on YouTube. So that's sort of my plan, at least. And again, let me be very clear here. We did not want to leave this place. We weren't looking to go anywhere. Like, for all the bosses listening now, like, oh, I can't believe they're talking about this. This is your fault. You didn't want us. So don't make this about us trying to leave and start our own thing. We were very content here and we wanted to be here. That's not our decision, but we're going to react to the decision that was made.
Yeah, 100%. We've got to carry on. And, with the most recent decision that was made, I'm very frustrated because you give 24 years to a company, whatever you need, I'm there, whatever it is. Oh, you want me to leave the score and come over here to start this new venture? Awesome. I'm there day one. And we eventually get it figured out and then they rip it away. Different people are fighting for different interests. There's a lot of politics, there's just no other way to describe it. And whatever you do in your career, you deal with a lot of the same stuff with politics. It goes back to everything. I deal with the politics with Little League Baseball. Like, there's politics everywhere in life. And it seems like that's what it is. And if we're not good enough, fine. They shouldn't care that we're going to be doing our own thing, right? Because it doesn't matter. They didn't want it. Okay. They had a choice. I was under contract until the start of next football season. I assume you were as well. So, but that's the decision they made. Okay, cool. We're ready to move on. We've been ready to move on. We'll talk more about it later this week, but working after you've been terminated for 2 months and you're not just working where you can just mail it in every day. You are live on the air trying to hold an audience, a captive audience. It's very difficult to do. I'll just say that.
And we appreciate our entire crew that's been, having to come to work. I know it hasn't been fun every day. I'd also like to thank our audience. I mean, I don't think our numbers have dipped one bit despite the plug being pulled on the show. And I can't wait to see the subscriber count on Chicken Dinner by the end of the week. Like, I'm expecting a big shift because we have put on a good show. And that's the craziest part. How many people have we heard from at Odyssey? Oh, it's a great show. The ratings are up. The downloads are up. You guys sound good. We're not going to keep you, but
best show on the network.
Show.
Get out.
And I'm proud of this show. I'm proud of this show. But I'm thankful and grateful to our audience that continues to go to war with us every day for, multiple segments or multiple hours a day, live listening and post. and reacting with the show, leaving reviews. I mean, it made it very clear. I mean, when we found out in October, I mean, I couldn't even look at social media, the DMs and the tweets from all these people saying, you guys got to stick together. You got to stay together. Well, we are. Like, that's our plan.
Yeah. In the end, I don't think it's going to be the worst thing in the world. And you see people in this business, friends of ours, that are finding ways to get it done. And they're doing a great job without having to answer to anybody. I've been very jealous of that. I get jealous of people, like, even outside of this industry, that are able to have something that's truly their own, whether it's a restaurant, any kind of mom and pop shop. Like, I think that's awesome. So I'm hoping that we can build this. And I know you've brought it up a number of times. I know. I've thought about it as well. What if we didn't have to break apart in 2017? What would we have after 9 years now? 9 years. But hey, we've learned a lot more, and both of us have grown. So I think this is going to be the best version possible of the show.
So VSiN broke us up in 2017, and Westwood One broke us up in 2025. But this is not going to be a breakup. This is going to be another chapter. Yeah, I get sick thinking about if we would have just gone to YouTube in 2018 or 2019. I mean, think we'd be millionaires. We'd have all the subscribers, and it is what it is. I mean, that we're not in it for the money, obviously, but yeah, you do think about what could have been if we blazed our own trail, I guess.
I guarantee you, everybody listening is thinking about, man, how many times have I uttered, if I knew then what I know now? Like, yeah, this whole thing of life would be a lot easier. So make sure you're subscribed. Please do that. Sam tweeted out Chicken X Dinner account. I retweeted it at Joe Ostrowski over on X. Sam did as well at SP Shoot. All right, we've got another hour to go. We still have to go over the futures and awards. Will Brinson drops by next here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Well, Brenton, CBS Sports, will be joining us in a few minutes, get his thoughts on everything that occurred in NFL and looking ahead a little bit. I want to talk to him about these divisions because right now with 3 weeks left, there are 6 up for grabs. You can make a case. Okay, it's close enough to a coin toss, or you get one result this way, one result that way, and maybe your leader in the division will change. So we'll get to that coming up. Joe O, Sammy P. We just made the announcement about chicken dinner, so make sure you check that out. We do plan on having content out later on this week. So talking about these college football playoff games, also week 16 in the National Football League. Make sure you're subscribed, iTunes, Spotify, the podcatcher of your choice. And we were talking a lot of college earlier, Sam, while you wait on Will. The announcement official. We knew it was going to happen. It's funny because you were talking about the idea of the Chiefs drafting Pavia and where he would go in the draft. And before the college football season, the favorite to be the number 1 pick in the upcoming draft was a guy that's going to be returning to Texas, as he should. Arch Manning, back in college. Probably going to make more money there anyways.
Yeah, no doubt. He needs some seasoning for sure. Now that you're into the smoker game, you understand the importance of seasoning the meat. Arch was not seasoned at all in his summer early in the season. He saw ghosts against Ohio State. And look, there were some positive moments and certainly some games where you thought, oh, okay, I see it there. But he was never able to get into a groove and find rhythm. Now, there were some issues on that offensive line. The O-line coach and the head coach were ready to kill each other by week 4. There were a lot of things that went right last year when Quinn Ewers was the quarterback that did not go right this year. And it's not all on Arch. But if he works as hard as he did going into last summer and can progress through his growth, he's going to be a special player this year at Texas, this coming year.
And you told me to follow this person on Instagram, but do you have the meat church seasonings as you bring that up for your smoker food?
I don't.
Really?
I've got similar ones.
Okay. Because a lot of people say that that's the best. I've got a little bit. I got a couple of them. I tried it the other day. Seems pretty good to me. Man, those seasonings make a big difference. Massive difference. We'll check in with Will Brinson coming up in a few minutes. All right, so those divisions that I was talking about that seem to be up for grabs, I want to see if you disagree with any of them. 3 in each conference. That's where I'm at. The East is up for grabs, the North and the South. North, after last night, that ends up flipping again. We'll get to that coming up with our guy, Will Brinson, CBSSports.com. What's going on, Will?
What's up, fellas? How we doing?
Oh, we're just getting ready to go down on the Titanic, buddy. You know it.
You back in the Titans plus 3.5? Is that what?
Sure, exactly.
Yeah.
We were just hinting at some of these divisions that are up for grabs. Who do you bet to win the NFC North? Green Bay or Chicago?
Oh man, these Bears, they are. I mean, they might just be for real. I think the problem with the Packers is, a week ago, we're looking at the Packers, 2.5-point favorites going into Denver. This defense is just playing lights out. Jordan Love had 9 touchdowns and 1 interception in his last 4 games. He's starting to do the thing where he heats up, being bandied around as like an MVP sleeper. If he gets hot, steal it from Stafford in May. And now it just feels with the Parsons injury, like just so deflating for Green Bay and their Super Bowl chances. So I think the Bears is the answer. I heard a stat, and there's some shout out to the guys on the Ringer Fantasy Football Show, but I I don't like. I mean, I haven't like checked this, but like Caleb Williams has the fewest interceptions ever by a quarterback in his first 1,000 passes or something like that. That doesn't seem like real life to me. But I think Ben Johnson, has done an incredible job, and so like I think the Bears are the team I would back, but the Packers can obviously do the thing where they just like Jordan Love could just go nuclear for a stretch and sort of offset that Parsons loss.
Dude, what's going on in Carolina? Like, is this stupid streak of when they're favored ever going to end? It's right there for them. Tampa loses on Thursday night, lose to the Atlanta Falcons, and they can't close it out against New Orleans. Can you explain this?
No, I wish I could. I mean, the only possible explanation I have for Carolina is that they don't seem to do a very good job of changing their approach week to week in terms of game planning against specific opponents. For instance, like if you're playing the Packers in Green Bay and you're a 13.5-point underdog against a really good defense, yes, you want to muck it up and slow it down and limit their possessions and run the ball a ton and sort of lean into what they want to do, which is run the ball a ton and hope to get a little variance on the red zone stuff and the turnover stuff and steal a win. When you're playing the Saints and Tyler Shuck and Devin Neal, whether it's at home or on the road, you need to come in a little bit differently. And especially if you're coming off a bye and you just need to be prepared to come into that game and open it up a little bit. And they had a great great early drive. But I think the game plan week to week specific stuff is just kind of problematic for them. Now you get, Tampa Bay at home and maybe Baker comes out slinging the ball a little bit with all of his weapons. And you could see that game kind of open up and Bryce Young, play well in the passing game. And so I think I like Carolina a lot catching the points here. They're the most Jekyll and Hyde team out there. They're the most unreliable team. But if you get them in a matchup where they're kind of going to have to throw it because there's not this there's a team that's going to draw them into more of a shootout, I like their chances, and I think that's what might happen this week. So it's fortunate for them that they don't play the Bucs back to back and they have a week off to lose a game to Seattle at home and then go win the division because they just can't win back to back weeks. Whatever you expect from Carolina is probably the opposite's probably going to happen.
You told our audience 6 weeks ago to bet the Rams to win the whole thing. You were one of the first guys to plant the flag on the Rams. But, man, they got a good one on Thursday against Seattle. Round 2, Rams-Seahawks. How pumped are you for that one?
Yeah, I'm stoked for it. A double revenge game for Cooper Kupp and Colby Parkinson. Devontae Adams, I would be shocked. I know, I haven't seen, an update today. I've been in the car, but I would be shocked if he plays, right? Hamstring injury, you're going to the playoffs. Yeah, it's a massive game. I think both 11 wins. It's massive game for the division and for the 1 seed and all of that. But I do think you have to take the long-term view with Adams. And, I expect him to try to play great defense, run the football. Should be a knockdown, drag-out game. Darnold's got to play better in this one, of course. I still think the Rams are what I said they were, 5 weeks into the year, which is the best team in football with the MVP. And I think they'll win the game. I think it'll be a close one. I wouldn't be shocked at all if Seattle wins. The Adams thing matters. But, yeah, it's an awesome game. I'll be backing the Rams because I back the Rams every week, and it's been pretty generous to me so far in 2025.
Chances are we know the playoff teams. We're just not sure of the order. And is it going to be Pittsburgh or Baltimore? Is it going to be Tampa or Carolina? But outside of that, we know the teams. We're just not sure what the matchups are going to be. Outside of the teams in the South divisions, is there a team you expect to be in the playoffs that you've already circled and you know that you're going to be betting against them?
Betting outside of the South?
Yeah.
I think it kind of depends on – oh, man, that's a good question. I think we talked about this last week, right? these young quarterbacks are getting a lot of love, whether it's, Bo Nix or Drake May. And Bo's been to the playoffs, so it's a little different there. I don't want to fade Mike Vrabel because I think he's a great coach. He's coached a ton of playoff games. He's won a bunch of playoff games. But I do think, Drake May's just been getting love every which way. Everyone thinks he's had his moments, and he's stepped up in big spots, particularly against the Bills. I thought he played great on Sunday, even if Josh Allen was better. I think it's probably going to be one of those veterans against a younger guy who's inexperienced in the postseason. And I think the Chargers might qualify too. I don't like fading Jim Harbaugh either, but the Chargers team just really banged up right now. So I would say it's going to be probably matchup dependent on a younger quarterback when they get in the playoffs. If you're not letting me pick the Panthers, because man, I'd love to fade the Panthers in the playoffs.
I'd love to get your thoughts on Buffalo, and I know you're going to shoot me straight. I'm big Bills guy this year, if you couldn't tell. Are you more in the camp that Josh Allen is going to take them on a run, or that their defense will betray them? It's really one of two boats, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, I had Bills-Rams Super Bowl before the season. I know the Bills and Josh Allen too, and I think, I think that the way that this playoff bracket sets up for Josh Allen is about as good as you can get. Now, you've got the Texans defense and the Broncos defense, which are certainly problematic for Josh Allen. And, I have to do the math on it, but I don't think if he had to go to Houston, I'd be a little nervous because he's had some demons there. But, that would be the one team. If they could dodge Houston, although their defense sets up probably pretty well to slow down Houston too, right? I mean, Houston's not exactly explosive, although they've been much better the last couple of weeks. I just think the fact that Patrick Mahomes, and not that he's hurt, I don't think Josh Allen's rooting for that, but it's the boogeyman ain't there. The Chiefs cannot show up. They have been eliminated. Mahomes is on the shelf. There is no world in which Patrick Mahomes can magically sneak in the playoffs, steal a couple wins, and suddenly you got to deal with this guy again in the postseason. I think that is going to be freeing for Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. And what you saw him do, the final drive of the first half where they scored the touchdown and, just get that momentum. They scored the touchdowns on the next 4 drives against New England. Henderson busted off those big runs, but that guy's a freak athlete and a special player. I think it could be. This is not. I don't know if this is the perfect comp, but the two instances, the 2006 Colts, and then I think it was the first Chiefs Super Bowl run where neither defense was great going into the playoffs, but they had this elite offense. And sometimes when you got these great offenses and you have enough talent on defense and you have a good coaching staff on defense, and Sean McDermott's a really good defensive coach, you can kind of have these moments where the defense clicks as the postseason starts going on and just feeds off the offense and creates some turnovers. So I think that's the most likely scenario. And Buffalo is, to me, this just sets up where they're like, this is it. No Mahomes. Let's go steal this thing. And I think they're going to make a run.
Well, last thing for you before we let you go here. As someone that watches a ton of ACC football, taking a quick turn as the playoff is about to start, what do you think of Miami? Both of us like them in the game, getting the 3.5. Do you think they win a game here?
Yeah, look, one, ACC football is absolute cheeks. First of all, let's be very clear about it. The two teams who played in the ACC championship. By the way, Virginia lost to NC State in an out-of-conference game and made the conference championship. It's nauseating. The two teams who played in the ACC championship aren't even in the playoffs. It's a total mess, hot mess. Good on the ACC for getting Miami in. Whatever, Notre Dame, get lost. Go join the conference. Grow up. It's 2025. But I would say that, yes, I like backing Miami because they've shown that they can win some big games. My only concern is that, man, Mario Cristobal in a big spot is absolutely terrifying. I mean, I guess it was it last year? He didn't need, he wouldn't take knees. But there's literally no time left on the clock. He just wouldn't take knees, and he could knee the game out, wouldn't do it, and lost the game because of it. So him in a big spot, if it's really close, freaks me out. But otherwise, yeah, I think I like Miami.
Thanks, Will. CBSSports.com at Will Brinson on X. Always appreciate your time, man.
All right, boys. Talk to you next week. See you.
No, you won't.
Well, maybe. Just not here. But we can still talk to him. I think people like Will Brinson. I do. Do you like him?
I love Will Brinson. Yes.
Joe O, Sammy P. Let's talk some of the Super Bowl odds, the latest odds. There's some interesting things that stand out right here at Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
was unfortunate that we were up against the break, but Sam, I'm dying to know when Will Brinson started going into the Mario Cristobal lane that everybody predictably goes down. What was going through your brain?
I didn't
Here we
really
go.
think much about it.
Here we go.
I didn't. Some people are always going to feel a certain type of way. I look at the players that he has. I mean, you have to paint the whole picture. Do I trust him walking my kid to the bus? Maybe not. I don't even have a kid. That's a bad example. But do I trust him to build a football program? Yes. Have you seen their offensive and defensive lines? I mean, those are all guys that he recruited. So he can build a monster of a team. And I've got Matoy Pearson's numbers up right here. He's got Miami as the 8th highest rated team in the country. They were like 60th 4 years ago. So it's not a question about getting players and developing players. People don't trust Mario at the end of games because of the fumble against Stanford when he was at Oregon and his decision to not knee the ball against Georgia Tech. That was the game that Brinson was talking about. I was there. It was October 2023, I'm almost positive, when all they had to do was take a knee. But they ran the ball and the running back fumbled, and then Georgia Tech went down the field and scored. So I understand all that, but like the people that drag him give him no credit for turning Miami back into a power in football.
Yeah, and earlier Felder said, his guy was like, no, they're one of the top teams. They are scary. And so, I mean, that's how we were talking about this team in the beginning of the year. It's just they had those poor losses in the middle of the season, but I know it's always tough when you're having that ACC conversation and quality of opponent, but for a month, they've looked awesome. They're like scoring 38 points per game. They saved their best for the end of the season against Pitt. In this whole argument and the yelling about Miami and Notre Dame and all that stuff in Alabama too, that's gone on. What's been lost in all of it is how good Miami has looked for the last month or so.
They've been very good for 4 straight weeks. I would also, one other quick point on Miami, for all the, you can't trust Miami, this and that. Right now, Miami would be favored on a neutral over Texas, Alabama, Vanderbilt, Ole Miss, Utah, Oklahoma, USC, Penn State, Tennessee, Clemson. The list goes on. Obviously, it goes 100-some teams. But the only teams with a higher power rating than Miami right now are Georgia, Notre Dame, Oregon, Texas Tech, Indiana, Ohio State. That's it. So to get Miami back to that point, I care much more about that.
Yeah, for sure. All right, let's hit on the NFL. We mentioned that we would get to futures and awards and all that. So let's do that now. You were right about the Henderson number. I don't know why I was thinking 50, but you were right. And, I was looking yesterday, at the current numbers. Henderson's the favorite for offensive rookie of the year. I'm holding Henderson. That would be the best futures result for me, but I don't even think he should be the favorite, but he is the favorite. We'll see how much he's used by New England moving forward. Plus 190. So it's not like he's the odds-on favorite, but it's really tight. Ibuka, to McMillan right there, a little separation. Then you get to Dart. I hear a lot of people talking about Tyler Shuck and that this guy should be up for offensive rookie of the year. Like, okay, I think that's a little recency bias there. Oh, he just won back-to-back games. We've got to talk to – he's a quarterback. Let's talk about him as offensive rookie of the year. He's 22-1. That's the best number. And I started to compare the numbers with Dart and Shuck. I'm like, wait, really? Is there really a chance here? Dart has 20 total touchdowns. Shuck has 8. And people are talking like he has a better chance than Dart. 12 more touchdowns for Dart. He has 1 less interception, and he's got 400 more passing yards. So if you're going to do that comparison, it's really not close between the two of them. We just need Dart to stay on the field for that ticket to be live. But, man, JSN is up to minus 475. Puka had another big game. I was thinking that he was going to be close with JSN, but the market is saying no, that he's nearly a $5 favorite.
Yeah, you've got him at what price again? JSN?
That one's 50. That one's 50.
Whoo, man. I would love
That would
some
be
of
nice,
that.
too.
I got none of that. I would love some. Ain't got none.
Oh, well. You got a lot of bills. A lot of bills on a weekly basis.
Yeah, I know.
More.
It's a lot. It's a lot. It's up to about 36,000 now if they actually win it. And here's what I'm thinking about today. Obviously, we have the Super Bowl market up. We talk about it all the time. Rams plus 350, Seahawks 7, Bills 8. But in talking to some guys in Vegas that book bets, their reasoning for floating the Bills out to that point was because it didn't look like they were going to have a home game. They were going to have to go on the road the whole way. And here's what I wanted to talk about. And again, I would prefer it. I don't need it because I assumed all along they were going to have to go road, Super Bowl. But they're only a game behind New England now. And if they can do their jobs and the Patriots lose Sunday night at Baltimore, never an easy place to go and win, all of a sudden the Bills and Patriots have the same record and the same conference record. If I told you that the Bills could be a 2 or a 3 seed, how much 8-1 would you love to have in your pocket? Because you could bet that right now at 8-1. But if they become the 2 or the 3, kiss the 8-1, bye-bye. That goes down to 6-1.
If the Bills win the division, I expect them to be the 2. They have the same amount of wins as Jacksonville, same exact record as Jacksonville right now. And Jacksonville's the 3 and Buffalo's the 6. And so obviously they would meet in the first round matchup. Yeah, you'd love to have that. You'd love to have that 8-1. So what is it if Bills, they don't get a bye? Let's say they're the 2, but that means they have home field as long as they're not playing Denver on that ride.
Well,
to
they're
the Super Bowl.
favored. They're favored in every game, and it's not by 2 or 3. You know, that's all it is. It's all betting math. The problem with the math with the Buffalo road path is that while they might be favored in every game, it's -1, -2. When we talk about going to Orchard Park and having the Texans come into Buffalo, that number's 4.5, 5. It just is. So that's all it is. The math becomes a lot easier if they go through that home path where they're going to be favored by more than a field goal in probably every game. I mean, they just went off as a 2-point favorite in New England. So, you know, if that game is in Buffalo, what's the number? 5.5, 6?
Yeah.
I mean, that's where we're headed.
But you know what? You know what's funny is if you look at this playoff picture right now, okay, 3-6, Jacksonville, Buffalo. Let's say the Bills win on the road in Florida. New England, Houston. Houston can easily beat the Patriots. Now they're hosting as a 6 against the Texans, which would be fascinating. Like, I look at this current playoff picture, and you're right, a lot can change. And I think some of it will. The AFC teams won't change because I don't think Indy's getting in this conversation. Maybe it ends up being Baltimore instead of Pittsburgh, but that's the only change, and that's going to be your 4 seed. But if you look at it overall right now, I'm like, oh, road team. I like a road team. Like, don't you like the Chargers against Pittsburgh or Baltimore? More so Pittsburgh,
Yes.
but don't you like the Bills? Don't you like the Texans against the Patriots?
I'm not sure yet. I love the
Okay.
Texans defense. I'd probably go under in the game. You know, D'Amico Ryans against Drake May would be exceptional theater. How the New England offense handles the Texans defense. And, you know, honestly, New England would probably try and run the ball a ton to try and navigate quarterback hits and quarterback sacks, because you don't want Drake May dropping back 40 times. That's the last thing you want against the Texans defense. New England would try and run it, but I can't wait for a potential matchup, New England against Houston. That would be a great game.
Yeah, I mean, we were starting to get into it before Brinson popped on. So many divisions are up for grabs with little football left. Mention the East, Buffalo and New England. There's the North. Is it going to be Pittsburgh or Baltimore? In the South, is it going to be Houston? Is it going to be Jacksonville, sitting as a 3 seed right now? The NFC North, of course, Chicago or Green Bay. The South, Tampa or Carolina. And then the West, maybe it ends up being decided on Thursday between Seattle and the LA Rams. One thing I don't like, and they're not going to change it, it's just how it sets up this year. The likelihood in the NFC playoff picture is that the winner of the West is going to be the 1. And then the other team in the West, the second place team, is going to be the 5, which means that 5 goes on the road, faces Tampa or Carolina, probably wins. And then they're going to one of those teams is going to be knocked out. The Rams and Seahawks are likely to play each other in the second round. Kind of sucks because those are the 2 best teams in the NFC right now.
Maybe there's a way where we can push them a little bit further down the road. I mean, you're right about the way it shakes out. The question is, are we sure that the Rams get the 1? I mean, obviously it's looking good at this point, but what if the Bears beat the Packers and the Seahawks beat the Rams?
Oh man, yeah.
Then all of a sudden
you're
yeah, right, exactly. I'm not saying the Bears would be the 1. I'm saying like you'd have Seattle be 12-3, and then I believe the Bears would be the 2 at 11-4. The Rams would be the 3 at 11-4. So this is a huge game Thursday. I think a lot of people are just penciling in the Rams to win, to have the 1 seed, and I don't know that it's that simple, man. Seattle's going to have a lot for Stafford on Thursday. I can't wait for Thursday night. Like, there's been a lot of Thursday night duds in the last 6 weeks. This is one of the best games of the season with everything on the line.
Heavyweight match, no doubt. Circa has it as Pick'em. BetMGM has Rams -1. DraftKings has Seattle -1.5. It's like, if you're looking wherever you want to go, you want a few cents here, a few cents there, save a little bit, you can find a spot to bet it. Yeah, I agree with what you just had to say. I'm not going into it thinking this is Rams. Don't believe Devontae Adams, just the way he pulled up with the hammy in that game. No, they want him for the playoffs. They're not going to force him in on this game and make anything worse. So, man, that's going to be a phenomenal matchup, and it's going to be all eyes on Darnold. That's the only question that people have about that team, Sam Darnold. And we saw it a few weeks ago where you saw the bad Darnold pop up. Well, this is going to be a big matchup, and now they're going to be at home. So are we going to get a good version of Sam Darnold? Because that's what's holding everybody back on Seattle. It's the only thing. It's the only reason they won't completely buy it. Sam Darnold is still their quarterback, and I want to see him do it in a big spot. Well, I got news for you. Thursday's a big spot.
I'll probably bet Seattle. We got a couple days to figure this out.
Yeah.
In a pick'em game in Seattle, I'd be looking at the Seahawks. And this might surprise some Bears fans. In a coin flip right now, I'm not taking Green Bay. Not at Soldier Field.
Nope, not with Kraft out, not with Parsons out, not with Watson probably out, Zach Tom, they're terrific offensive tackle.
I can't believe they're not favored, to be honest with you. I make the Bears a short favorite.
They will. Do you think they will? I think they will.
It's very possible. I make it Chicago -1.5. That's where I'm at.
Okay. Yeah. You know where I stand on this game. I said it right after that loss. I said they're going to get them in Chicago, and they're going to split. And that was before the Parsons and Watson injuries. Yeah, that's brutal for them. I don't think the Bears are going to blitz as much as they did in that first matchup. Love just killed them again and again on that blitz. It's going to be fun. And, where we stand right now, so we've got Chicago, Green Bay again after we just saw it a couple weeks ago. And you know what? We might see it again in a few more weeks. Because as it stands, first round, Packers at Bears.
Oh, if they meet for a third time, and where's that one at, right? Who wins the North?
Yeah, we'll see. Coin flip now.
The Bears and the Packers playoffs in Chicago?
Yep. How's the group
Ben
going
Johnson's
to go?
He's gonna take all of his clothes off if they win that game. Not just the shirt. He's gonna take off his pants, his jacket, everything. Shoes, kick the shoes off, throw the socks in the corner.
Man.
Get ready.
If he wins on Sunday, he's got something prepared right now for everybody to go on Bears social media. Looking forward to that. Joe O, Sammy P, if you missed our announcement earlier, we're going to share that with you next during Lightning Bets right here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets coming up in a couple of moments. Maybe you missed the big news that revealed about an hour ago on the show. It's out there on social media, so I hope you guys make sure that you're subscribed to the show. Chicken dinner, at least the version, I guess, with me coming back. A lot of the replies, hilarious. But another reunion here of Chicken Dinner. That will start later on this week as this show is coming to a close. But we're not going to stop trying to give out the best sports betting content that we would like to consume out there. And it's going to continue with Chicken Dinner. So make sure you're subscribed. iTunes, Spotify, the podcatcher of your choice. As a reminder, at the end of this week, there won't be any more content involving us. There will be other content. The company has chosen to keep it in that podcast feed instead of giving it to us. So now we're hoping, especially if you left 5 stars, you left any sort of a review, unfortunately, now that's kind of going away. Or it's going to be on a different show's feed. And you're going to be subscribed to a different show, one that you did not subscribe to. So if you're able to copy and paste it and put the 5 stars on Chicken Dinner, we would greatly appreciate it because it would give us a better chance of succeeding with this venture.
I have a list of content ideas as well. Wait till you see some of these things. For those wondering, yes, I am considering having Joe start doing walking bets. That has crossed my mind as we continue to build our digital footprint. I almost signed up.
I'll bounce.
For TikTok
You want me to
yesterday.
bounce? I'm going to bounce.
Please
Stop.
bounce. Yeah.
I
Teacher
will bounce
Joe.
as much as I can.
Good. I think we need to have your content be more around your foot and your need of foot surgery. But I almost signed up for TikTok yesterday because I know we need TikTok, or at least the show needs TikTok. Didn't do it. I hovered. I didn't push the button. So that's on my list of things to do. But you've already got a newsletter. You've already got a character like the bartender. There's a lot of stuff that's already built there. And, you know, I asked Joe. I called him up a couple days ago. And I said, look, we have a brand, a feed, and a YouTube already done. Like, that's already been done. Do we want to change the name? I personally don't care. Like, I was willing to change to whatever we wanted to, but keep the feeds. You know, keep the YouTube, keep the podcast, and keep the Twitter. Just change the name. And we thought about it for a whole weekend, and then Joe said, don't change it. And then I said, well, I'm going to put you in front. And Joe said, no, don't do that. And I said, no, it's Joe and Sam. It's not Sam and Joe. It's Joe and Sam. So you can find the link on Twitter at ChickenXDinner, and you can subscribe to that. And as Joe said, we appreciate all your reviews on the old feed, but the old feed ain't our feed anymore. That's going to go to a different duo that will be named at a later date. So that's all I have to say. I'm excited. I hadn't looked at the notifications because I wanted to be surprised. Okay, I have 20 plus notifications on Chicken Dinner right now. So that's a good start. People are excited, I assume. Yes?
Oh, they are. They are. I've been checking on the
Okay.
mentions, and it's put a big smile on my face.
Good. Well,
There's some
let's post about it
favorites.
every day. Every day we'll post about it.
Well, it helps you get the digital footprint. That's the thing.
It's very important.
Digital footprint. Yes. I'm looking forward to it. Speaking of TikTok, you hovered, did not sign up. I do have a TikTok I've never posted. I've just looked up stuff, and it's helped with the cooking. I'm like, oh, there's got to be a TikTok on that. Oh yeah, this one has 500,000 likes. I'm sure it's pretty good. So people must like this one. So yeah, I have an account. I've just never posted on there. So anytime we can. All right, we got a lot of. I'm looking forward to this. This is going to be very funny. Very funny. Man. Off and running.
I can't believe you haven't built up our TikTok. How dare you?
I haven't posted a TikTok. The first one
I
will
know.
be when GRP comes on. Maybe we should save him for Chicken Dinner. instead of on this show this week.
Maybe not.
Yes, that's true as well. Could be.
What's
All
the
right.
line in the? Isn't that Wahlberg and Alec Baldwin and Will Ferrell? Maybe not. Maybe bleep yourself.
And you know what? When we're doing chicken dinner, we can say that.
Yes, we can. Although I've come to listen to my fair share of shows. I really hate the overswearing. I do.
Yes.
If you want to
agreed.
use a couple for emphasis, that's fine. I don't want to hear the F word every 5 minutes. I just don't.
Yeah.
And maybe when I was younger, because we used to swear all the time on the early chicken dinners, because you and I were, constrained radio guys who didn't get a lot of airtime. And then it was like, let's get this podcast so we could say the F word, but now I don't think it's that cool anymore. I mean, it's cool, but it's not the end all be all.
I don't like it when it's too much. Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't know if the swearing was the issue. Maybe it was wanting to put Dak Prescott in a grave every week. Maybe that would have been more of an issue on a platform like this. But
Exactly.
yeah.
We
That's what I
wore
think about it.
black shirts for every game or every week. That was the year that Dak and Zeke were rookies in Dallas, and they went
wow.
13-3. They covered, I want to say they covered 13 of 16 games, and we were like, this can't keep happening. And it kept happening. One of the shows was titled Put Your Black On, because we had decided that this was a funeral spot for the Cowboys, who then won again that week. So good times for sure.
I'm looking forward to it. And then when we record, we won't have like this big delay that we currently have. We will be able to hear ourselves. Like there's going to be a lot of things technical wise that'll be helpful as well. All right, lightning bets for this Tuesday. Where you're at, Sam?
I want to put a bet in right now. I love the way the number has moved in this bowl game. Now, it's not until next Tuesday, but the number is down to 7.5, and I completely disagree with the move. They're betting Toledo. So Louisville opened up, I got the number here. They opened up at 8.5. It got to 9.5, and now it's 7.5. So if I liked Louisville at 8.5, and now I can give out 7.5 on our show. There's a 7 offshore at Pinnacle, but 7.5 is the consensus number. Yeah, I'm in. Boca Raton Bowl, Louisville, minus 7.5.
Next Tuesday, Boca Raton Bowl. All right, very good. I'm going to go to, well, first off, before I move on to mine, you're not doing anything with tonight, Troy, Jacksonville State?
No, I'm not going to watch.
Okay.
I'm be traveling to New York tonight. No.
Oh, yeah.
I don't care.
Oh, that's tonight? Yeah, everything bumped up this week?
Yeah, they moved us up. They moved us up a day, this week.
Okay. Gotcha. All right, I'm going to college hoops. Speaking of Louisville, let's go to Louisville, Tennessee. Tennessee, your home favorite. That now 2.5 earlier. It was sitting 2. Vols on a 3-game losing streak. I'm going to take the number 1 offensive rebounding team in America. We know traditionally they are excellent at home. None of those 3 games were true home games. And just laying that short number of 2.5 against Louisville, I'm going to take them. Louisville, they lost their only true road game this year. And I think Barnes and company, they're going to bounce back to tonight. They had 1 home loss all of last year, and that was to Kentucky. So I'm going to lay that 2.5 price. And the market has been going in that way as all those 2s are wiped off the board. So I'm taking the Vols.
Nice.
Jake, did you have anything that you want to jump in on, even if it's baseball related?
Nothing baseball related, but I joined you guys on Texas Tech a couple weeks ago outright, and the exactas too. I love the Texas Tech over Georgia. I'll put that one in too. Like makes me shiver a little bit.
If you really think about it, 20 to 1.
Is that 20? Okay.
20 is Texas Tech over Georgia. Georgia over Tech is 17. Here's the thing. You know that Paul can't have nice things. So Georgia is going to lose in excruciating fashion in the title game.
Oh, we go against the mush pan too. Everything's coming up Texas Tech.
Yeah, like he'll get there. He'll get Georgia to the title game, but then they'll lose.
They'll be up at halftime too, and then he's gonna say, "I didn't send the bulldog emoji. I thought about it, but I didn't." And then they just lose,
just fall apart.
Yeah, man.
He did have the Dolphins as his last pick in the contest last night too. He kind of knew it. He was saying earlier, like, it's not going to go well tonight, and he was right. He was right on that. So I'm just looking at the Oregon numbers. Okay, yeah, it's like the same numbers. Like, or if you go Oregon to beat Georgia, it's 19-1. Not much different at all, And you said not Indiana, Ohio State is -125. You get the field versus them.
You get 12 teams in the playoff. 10 of them go with the field, obviously. So -125 to get every team that is not Ohio State or Indiana.
Yeah, that's a pretty interesting bet. Pretty good bet. Did we failed to mention it earlier? Did you see what Cooper Flagg was able to accomplish last night?
No.
Dude was on 42 points. You know me. This is not time where I'm going out of my way to mention the NBA, but he puts up 42 points in a loss at Utah, and he is the third teenager ever with a 45-5 game. That's what he did last night. The other two teenagers to do this in the NBA as a teenager, LeBron and KD. Now Cooper Flagg's on that list.
Not even Kobe. I would have guessed Kobe for sure. No, I did not see it. Good for him. I was on chili duty last night. Whew. Chili. Came out perfect.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah, I did chili last night on the stove. Outstanding.
It's a good call. Good call this time of year. All right, we're back tomorrow. This has been Bet Sweats. We're back 9 a.m. Eastern time. Make sure you subscribe to Chicken Dinner, people. Do that for us, please. Right here on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network.